There we are. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call our meeting of Committee of the Whole to order. This is our first semi-regular meeting of Committee of the Whole since the beginning of the social distancing requirements of the province. So I'm really appreciating the fact that everyone's been able to join us this morning. As you're aware, we're using the Zoom platform for the bulk of our meeting. We have become aware, along with the rest of the country, that there are some security issues associated with Zoom, for which reason when we go and do our in-camera session, which should be fairly brief, we're going to conduct that by old-fashioned telephone conference instead, which is still completely secure, so that no confidential information can be stored in a server that isn't on Canadian soil. So that's our intention for today. We're going to be continuing to consider the actual platform that we use in order to conduct these meetings to make sure we try to have the right mix of practical features and also security as we go through and do this. I'd like to start off with roll call. When I call your district number, could you please respond with your name? District 1.
Bruce Prout.
Thank you. District 2.
John McDonald.
Thanks very much. District 3.
Wayne Fowler.
Thank you, Wayne. District 4.
Bert McNeil.
District 5. That's Gregory Hemming. Is Gregory still there, John?
Yes, he is.
Good. District 6.
Mike Morrison.
Thank you. I'm District 7, Timothy Habinski. District 8.
Michael Gunn.
District 9.
Wendy Sheridan.
District 10.
Martha Roberts.
And District 11.
Diane LeBlanc.
Thank you very much. You should all have had an opportunity to review the agenda, which was put in our SP Connect files. Could I have a motion to approve the agenda, please?
So moved.
Moved by Councillor LeBlanc and seconded by?
Gregory Hemming.
Okay, seconded by Gregory Hemming. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you very much. Next, we have our minutes from our regular meeting from March 10th. Could I have a motion to approve those minutes? Moved by Councillor Fowler and moved by Councillor Fowler and seconded by
McDonald.
Councillor McDonald. Thank you very much. All in favor of the motion? Any errors or omissions that you've noted in those minutes? Hearing none. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you very much. Our next item of business is an in-camera session under the MGA Section 22(2) contract negotiations. If I could, I'm going to request a motion to go in camera, and once that motion's passed, then we'll log off of this and log on through the telephone conference system, and you should have the contact information. Was circulated to you earlier. Could I have a motion to go in camera under the MGA Section 22(2)(e)?
McDonald.
Moved by Councillor McDonald, thank you, and seconded by Councillor Sheridan.
Wendy Sheridan.
Thank you very much. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion. Perfect. And welcome back to the open portion of our Committee of the Whole meeting. We're down to new business. Our first item is a request for decision on renewing an animal control contract with the town of Middleton. Deputy Warden, would you please read the draft motion for us?
She's muted.
Martha, you're muted if you were reading that motion.
If you tap your picture, Martha, then you'll see an unmute item that'll come up at the top of the screen. There we go.
I am on. I don't have the motion in front of me.
Oh, it should be in your package.
In my SharePoint package.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm not that techie. How do I get from this to my SharePoint package? With this
SharePoint. Okay,
I can read it if you like to.
What's that? I've got it right. I've got it right here. I can read it out if you like. It's
okay.
So Martha, this would be your motion to recommend to Municipal Council to authorize the Warden and Municipal Clerk to sign a 3-year contract for animal control with the town of Middleton ending March 31st, 2023. Would you like to make that motion, Deputy Warden?
Yes.
Thank you. Moved by the Deputy Warden and
Yes.
seconded by
McDonald.
Councillor McDonald. Discussion on the motion. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed?
Oh, Mike Gunn has his hand up.
Oh, sorry, there's a discussion point. Councillor Gunn?
Thank you. Before I voted, I have got my mute off. Yeah. So what is this deal with Middleton and they don't have their own animal control officer? We're making the same kind of deal with Middleton as Annapolis. Is that it? As Annapolis Royal?
We have been the provider of animal control to the town of Middleton for years and years. It had expired before we decided whether we were going to have SPCA doing the service for us by taking the animals. So we had to redo our contract with the town.
And why wouldn't they just take them to the SPCA or get the SPCA to come in and do that?
And unfortunately, we do have to hold animals for 72 hours in the hopes of finding the owner. They do not have a facility that they can do that.
Mm-hmm. And do they pay us for that, Cheryl?
Yes, they do.
Well,
What the contract is, we do have a fee that we charge, which is in the contract. And it covers our cost of travel. And if the animal is not picked up by the owner, they also cover our cost for keeping that down for those 3 days.
so they pay for our officer to go and get that animal. It covers that, does it? What we're charging covers that?
Yes.
So could you tell me that figure?
Town of Middleton is here somewhere. We charge them $40 for the complaint. There is an impound fee of $30, and then we charge $15 a day that it is actually in our care. So, and then if we had to take it to a vet, we charge them additional cost for that.
So they just pay for it is all they do. If you can, because you can do the numbers any way you want. So we get about $100 out of them an animal.
Generally.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We did already go through to the point of a vote. Do you folks want me to call the vote again, or can we simply move on?
We call it again.
Call it again. All right. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, the motion's carried. Thank you very much. Our next motion is a request for decision for the Margarettsville and District Volunteer Fire Department to withdraw funds from the Capital Fire Services Reserve. If you like, Deputy Warden, I'll read that out for you again, or do you have it before you?
No,
A
go
bunch
ahead.
have dropped off here, so.
All right. So I move that Committee of the Whole recommend Municipal Council to authorize the withdrawal of $30,000 from the Capital Fire Services Reserve Fund to the Margarettsville and District Volunteer Fire Department in the 2020-21 fiscal year to complete the refurbishment of the rescue unit and new mobile radios. Is that your motion?
Gregory?
Deputy Warden, is that your motion?
Not there right
Okay.
now.
Would someone like to make the motion for me?
I'll move that.
McDonald.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor McDonald and seconded by Councillor Gunn. Discussion on the motion. Councillor Hemming.
No, I just wanted to second it.
Okay, thank you. Did anyone else want to speak to? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you very much. Now we've
Timothy Martha's dropped.
Yeah,
Timothy Martha's dropped right off here.
I think she's coming back in right now.
Okay.
I
Oh, yeah.
think
down
she's in the
other-
process. I think she's in the process of logging back in.
Yeah, I see it now.
Does anybody have a contact with Holly? She should be on for the budget. Oh, there's Holly there now. Great.
Holly's right there.
Okay.
Now, for those of you who are doing this on computer, you'll want to have the budget before you as we go through and have this conversation. What you can do, if you like, is you can minimize this window and open the draft budget from your SP Connect file in a separate window. You'll still be broadcast on this. Your computer's camera and microphone will still be picking you up, and so you'll still be here, but you won't be seeing this. You can be looking at the document that you need to be examining while you do it. So I'll give you a moment to make sure that everyone can
I won't do
be
that.
heard, but also have an opportunity to have the budget before them so they can see it. So everyone's already got it?
No,
Question here.
no,
Yes.
Question here.
no.
What page does the proposed budget start at?
It's not part of your
Separate
package, it's a
document.
separate file. It's a separate
Separate
document in
document
SP
in
Connect. It was listed
I
as
know, but-
2020 draft operating budget.
First you'll
All right,
see
but
a,
Statement estimate.
Each page is numbered.
yeah, so you'll see a summary page that has no number. Right. It'll be R1, R2, and then, because that's revenue. For that, it's all E to E20, and those are your expenditures.
So maybe we should start off with the summary pages?
Yeah, it's probably best to look at the summary page first.
And just want to double check, is everybody able to see the budget? Do you have a copy of it before you that you can view?
Got it, but I've got it, but I can't see
I'll
you.
follow along.
You don't need to see me as long as you can hear me. I'm still
I can
seeing
hear
all
you.
of you. I'm still seeing all of you. So if you raise your hand, I'll try to catch it.
Can I just ask a question before we start the budget?
Of course, Councillor Sheridan, please.
So in regards to the COVID, which we all know is going to have a huge impact on our revenue coming in with the taxes and whatnot. And we're probably going to be deferring taxes. To me, this budget isn't realistic, just because we're showing property taxes the same as we would any other year as our revenue to base this budget on. So in my opinion, I think we should go back and revamp it before we get started on it. That's just my opinion. In Vancouver, they did a survey, the mayor out there, and they're losing 25% of the revenue because of COVID. There are going to be commercial properties that will not be opening. There's going to be small businesses that won't be opening. There's going to be normal people that won't be able to pay their taxes.
Right, but they may also have lowered expenses as well.
I understand that, but it's not gonna, to me, we should revamp it in that aspect as well, Holly. With the expenses, maybe a separate account for those expenses that we know we won't be using, and maybe allow for a decrease in revenue as other municipalities are doing.
Then we would have to cut services to do that. 'Cause we have a balanced budget.
Not necessarily, not cutting services, I'm just saying.
If I can just,
Sure.
may I
Go
interject
ahead.
for just a moment? This is of course a matter that's being discussed by NSFM at length right now. NSFM is having regular meetings with mayors and CAOs from across the province, and the primary issue being discussed is how to stabilize municipal funding when we will certainly be in a position of needing to defer some taxes. There's a couple of different mechanisms that have been proposed for consideration. The province is very eager to have those conversations. They recognize that some sort of bridge funding, some sort of interim funding pool will need to be made available to municipalities to smooth out that period of time until some of that deferred revenue starts to come in the future. And of course, they'll be working with individual residents and businesses, providing them with the various programs that are available to individuals and to businesses in the hopes of stabilizing their finances. So we're hoping that between what we do with the province, that even though initially we're going to have a decrease in revenue, but the province is going to cover over those losses for some period of time. We're just not sure exactly what that's going to look like yet. There's three different proposals on the table. 3 different proposals on the table right now.
So it would
So
be a
should we
line of
wait?
credit.
Should we wait? How soon does this budget have to be passed? Can we wait a week or so until we get more information? Because to me, this is, I can't pass it today. I'm just saying. I can't because my heart's not there to do this.
Either way, it's going to be a line of credit is what it'll end up being. We still, under the are required to budget this way, and it would end up being a line of credit if there are people who cannot pay until they can pay.
So what if they can't ever pay and then it goes up for tax sale or whatever? There's
Well,
many situations.
But
There's a lot of
provincial government
unknowns.
would have to, provincial government would have to deal with that because under the MGA, we're required to have a tax sale. Because when the property is 2 years in arrears.
For example, in order for the province to be able to measure if we are receiving less revenues, in order to assist us, they would have to know what our revenue expectations are. And so having a budget creates that baseline measurement. Again, we've not been given any instructions not to proceed in the way that we are. There's no budget increase in this budget process. If budgets do get deferred, there will have to be a mechanism in place because the services are still going to have to be offered. And so at the very least, it sets a benchmark.
Yeah,
And
the
I
province,
am-
we have to submit a budget to the province.
I understand that, but my question hasn't been answered. How soon does this budget have to be submitted to?
Well, this budget really, it should occur in April, should occur before May, your budget approval process, because we're already in the new fiscal year. But
We're
it's not
spending.
being approved. It's not being approved today. This is committee of the whole, so it gets approved next Tuesday. So it is another week out.
But we haven't, I guess my concern is we have not even looked at the third quarter and we haven't got the actual figures for fourth quarter. So it's difficult to judge this budget without knowing the unknowns for me.
You won't have fourth quarter until you get the financial statements from the auditor. So we can't leave that long.
That's
We have
every
to-
year.
I know,
Yeah.
but we still haven't looked at third quarter to ask questions in regards to the third quarter.
So you have it with you, right?
I do have it with me, and I've gone over it, and I found a few things that I'd like to ask on that as well, but I don't want to take up all the time here. If somebody else wants to speak, please butt in. But I do have some questions.
Councillor Morrison?
Thank you. To me, the documents we have before us are an indication of what we think we're going to do. It is a budget. We do not have to spend every cent in there. And I think we need a budget as a guideline. If matters transpire that a lot of folks don't pay their property taxes, if events transpire that we decide to put a moratorium on certain aspects of rates and taxes, then we will do that. And if necessary, we will adjust the budget accordingly. I've also heard folks here today say that the province is very interested in this aspect. And there was a big article in the Halifax Herald today, which included, among other things, the possibility of postponing the municipal elections. But we have to continue planning as if there are municipal elections until we're told otherwise. And I think we need a budget to guide us. And if events transpire that we have to change it, then of course we'll change it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morrison. And I appreciate the point that the budget is supposed to be a living document. It's not completed. It's not really a completed document until you're through that calendar year, because it does have to shift and it is amended as time goes by. But in the absence of this guiding document, we're really handicapped as a municipality. If the municipality simply didn't pass a budget, eventually probably the province would take the municipality over in order to force that process through. So we plan with the best information we have before us. Every municipality is grappling with unknowns. We know the province is considering those unknowns as well and is intending to work with municipalities in order to smooth over some of those financial obstacles that we may encounter as the social distancing remains in effect for a longer period of time than we had initially anticipated. But we can't stop as a municipality. We have to be able to proceed. And a budget's an essential tool for us to have in place. We make it with the best information we have at any point, and we amend it as that information changes.
I wasn't asking us to stop. I was asking us to change some things. Like, we know we're not going to have that income. We know there are some things that we aren't going to be able to do with, say, for example, Canada Day. There was 9,000 budgeted for. We know we probably won't be using that. We know we're not going to get all the income. I was just asking for a more realistic budget is all I was asking. I know we have to pass a budget. Thank you.
If Warden, if I
Councillor
could.
Hemming, please.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those rare and unfortunate circumstances where we have to make decisions not knowing all the information. And I suppose that's a good way of saying guesswork, but that's what it is. Some figures I got this morning is this may go on minimum for 18 months. That's a total different scenario if it goes on for 2 weeks, but we don't know that. So we just have to we have to pass a budget without all the information. That's unfortunate, but if we don't do that, we paralyze ourselves, and that's the worst case scenario. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I might hear, folks.
And I'm going to go to Councillor LeBlanc first, and then to you, Councillor McNeil.
Okay.
I have to agree. We have to pass a budget and we have to get something on paper so we know where we're going. Numbers will always change, especially at this time. And it's like Councillor Hemming was saying, it's unpredictable and we don't know the timeline. However, we have to go with what we know.
Gotcha.
Other than that, we know that there's going to be discrepancies. We know that there's going to be problems. We know that the government knows this. We know, but we still have to move on. So with that in mind, if we discuss it too long, we're going to be here talking about why we should be doing or what we shouldn't be doing. But at the end of the day, we have to do it. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor McDonald, I can't tell, are you waving a hand or is that a pet on your lap?
Ooh.
That is a dog. It's about 7 pounds. She's not big, but I agree with. I did not have my hand up, but what the heck? You've mentioned my name. We cannot. The list of what ifs are unlimited. And we need to move on as though we have a budget and we could shave it later if we need to. I won't have a problem with that, but we need to move on today. That's all.
Thank you. Councillor McNeil?
Yeah, I guess my problem is as we've been told in the past, we passed the budget so they can spend it. I like Wendy here. I mean, I've got some issues. I mean, recreation, that looks like a considerable budget, and a lot of the recreation isn't going to be available. School stuff, everything else. It's just there's a lot of money sitting there, but it can be spent. And what say do we have over that? None, in my opinion.
Question.
Deputy Warden? Thank you, Councillor Gunn. Deputy Warden?
I have a question.
Go ahead,
Oh, okay. Please. My voice is going in and out on my computer.
Okay.
There you are.
And that's my opinion. I mean, yeah, we have a budget and we have to pass something, but the things that we know are not going to happen, then why can that not be put in an account that by chances things might happen down the road, and then they bring in a supplementary budget to have that event or have that activity? I mean, to me, we have a budget here like nothing's going on, and it concerns me because things could happen, that unknown things that I'm not sure where we could afford if something drastic happened. I mean, and I would have liked to have had a printout of what was left in our reserves.
Thank you. Councillor Gunn?
Thank you. Well, I really feel we need a budget because that's our plan for the year. That's our plan for the year. We need a plan. Plans can be changed as the budget can be changed as we go along. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor LeBlanc.
Oh, okay. So if we get started on the budget and looking at it, we can certainly cut or put aside as easily as nothing else to have it in another direction, because we know things that are going on, things will be canceled. And I'm pretty sure that Holly, whoever she is, can give us some numbers and what we have in the reserves. And I know we don't have the sheet, however, we can jot them down as she gives us the answers to Councillor Roberts or Deputy Warden Roberts' question. But I think we should move on and hit that budget. Thank you.
And maybe John, you could weigh in for just a moment or two. So we plan a budget with the assumption that we're going to be resuming normal operation or some version of normal-ish operation at some point. But we don't have any idea what that point is. So we plan optimistically as though we think that things could reopen fairly soon. Which means we are allocating amounts that are very similar to the amounts that we would allocate to various departments in a regular year that didn't have a pandemic taking place. However, our departments don't spend money unless they have to spend money. So if recreation, for instance, is funded to the tune of a certain number of millions of dollars, and events aren't taking place, that money doesn't get spent. So what happens is, as the year unfolds, you wind up having surpluses building up in these various departmental budgets. Right? That would be your intention. And then at some point, as you periodically reconcile your understanding of how the budget's supposed to work with what's really going to be happening in society and how things will be changing for municipal operation. But you have to have that budget at the beginning regardless. And we could strip it back. We could strip it back and write it with the assumption that we won't be providing certain services. But then if we're given the opportunity to provide those services and the money's not there, it slows everything down and perhaps impedes our ability to provide a service even when we actually have the way opened up for us to provide it once more. Does that make sense, John?
There's, for example, the administrative aspect of sending out the tax bills in of itself is I think we have 11,000 tax bills that go out.
20,000.
Pardon me?
20,000.
20,000 tax bills that go out. So if we have, for example, a change in that, then each account would have to be changed and sent again. So right now, we send a tax bill out. The way the system works is that if some people don't have jobs right now, they probably won't be able to pay their taxes, but it's typically not an immediate issue because it's a 3-year period. The provinces and everybody's looking at a deferral. A deferral is not an elimination of the tax. They're just deferring it so that you can pay it at a later date. And so we've been given no instruction whatsoever to say that we have to cut our budgets by 25% or something of that nature. And we don't know how long the pandemic is going to go on. Right now, I think the latest date is July 1st, if I'm not mistaken. And but I do anticipate that being longer. And we won't spend the money in our budgets if it's not necessary. That's just something that we don't do. And it's just basically having a benchmark. We have to know exactly what we're working with so that we know that if things do get cleared up and we're given money to offset part of the budget and the taxes come in at a later date to pay that off, that's really why we have the benchmark. We won't spend money that we don't need to spend.
Councillor Sheridan? You'll need to unmute. There we go.
So regarding what you just said, and yes, we're not going to spend it. However, we have a request today, for example, to do some road work for $350,000. What I'm suggesting, or what I'd like to see, is be very cautious in how we spend our money because we don't know what we've got coming in. And yes, you said there are going to be businesses that are going to defer it, but there's also going to be businesses, John, that are not going to be able to reopen and pay that. They're saying there's, so many out of 10 are going to be able to reopen. This is serious, and I'm taking it very serious, and I do have concerns. Thank you.
Very much. Okay, well, if folks are prepared in that case, maybe we can ask Holly to walk through the summary pages for us. Oh, sorry, Carolyn, were you waving for my attention?
You're muted.
Oh, I am.
Carolyn's muted.
Oh, Carolyn's muted. Oh, you're pointing me to Councillor Fowler. Councillor Fowler, would you like to speak?
He's muted.
He's muted.
He's muted.
Yeah, he's muted. He'll find it. And if you tap your picture, you'll see the little. Usually it's in green. It'll say unmute up at the top of your photo.
Go to the bottom.
Wayne, you're still muted.
Yeah, if you move your cursor around, you'll see at the very bottom left-hand corner of your screen a sign of a microphone, which can be turned on or off. And it also, if you hover your cursor over your own photograph in the top right corner of your screen, you'll see a place where you can turn the mute off and on. So you got two spots you can do.
I will unmute him.
There we go. There we are. Thank you.
You are-
All right, Wayne,
You
go
are
ahead.
unmuted.
Yeah, I was just wondering if we could have the tax sale run up to 4 years instead of 3 years to make it easier on people, because we're going to have a lot of houses up for tax sale, I'm afraid, due to lack of work and what have you.
We would have to speak to the provincial government. There'd have to be an amendment to legislation in order to allow us to do that. Because the moment we have a legal requirement to hold that within a certain length of time. However, I anticipate that lots of municipalities will be making that request to the government simultaneously, because we're all in the same position with this. So I would be very surprised if that conversation didn't happen fairly soon.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you then.
Thank you. All right. Holly, could you walk us through our summary page?
Sure. So on the summary page, the top card is the revenue, a total of 19,887,239.
Oh, let's.
And we have the expenditure section, which is 19,272,566. And then our principal and interest payment for 196,365. 78,562 for the debenture on the LED lights. 339,745 comes in from the last transfer page. So that's basically capital replacement costs going into the store reserve.
Okay.
And then the
Have we a page number?
for the transfer page.
It's the first page. No number on the top of it.
There's no number, it's just the summary page.
It's the first 2 pages of that package.
Okay. So we have a balanced budget, which means the revenue equals the expenditures. We were bringing in as we're going to spend. No tax rate increases. You'll notice about in the middle of the page, 3.8 million is for the school board, and that's exactly why we need to pass a budget, because we've already sent them their April payment of 310,000. So unless this budget gets passed, we don't have the authority really to spend money. So school board in itself increased by 187,000 this year, and the province tells us what we are required to send.
Can I just ask a question while you're on that page, Holly?
Right.
The community rate on the second page there for Bridgetown per 100 residential and per 100 commercial.
Okay.
In last year's budget, 2019-20, the rate was 0.722. I know it's a small decrease, but, and then the other one underneath it for commercial is 1.589. That was on the last year's budget. So why has that changed? How come it's gone down?
I'm showing under 1920 budget for the rate for residential is 298,877, and commercial is 105,173.
No, I'm talking the actual rate on the second page. In the 2019-20 budget, it's just a matter of it was 0.720 is what you've got here. But on the Q3 budget that I was comparing it to the Q3 budget, it's saying it was 0.722. It dropped the 2. And the same thing with the 1.585. It dropped down from 1.589. I know it's small. I know it's small, but I was just wondering why.
So you're looking at 1920 rates, are you?
The one from our previous budget before this one, the one we're just finishing up on. Q3 is, I was comparing everything to Q3.
Yeah, I think maybe rates just didn't get changed. It's probably just a typo because the rates haven't changed for 2021.
I realize that. That's why I'm asking the question.
They did change from 1819 to 1920.
So they lowered?
Yes. That was Harold's budget, the 5-year budget, is that it would go down, the community rate, over the 5-year period.
Okay, because it's different. It's different in Q3 than it is now.
That's probably just a typo. Probably I just didn't change that.
Okay.
All right, Holly, you can continue.
All right.
Can I get clear where we're at here? I've been looking at, you guys been bouncing numbers around, and I've been looking at page 2 and 3, what it says on my computer. I don't see any of that.
Okay, let's go to R1. Do you see that? This is the first page of the revenue detail.
They're not.
Okay, R1. Good place to start. Unaudited draft.
Page 4.
Got it. R1-2.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
I don't have that.
And I
Councilman
don't know, where's the R1?
It's not labeled. It's not titled R1. It's just an empty, but it's empty in the corner.
Okay, so it'll say assessable property taxation at the very top left.
Yes.
Jesus, now I've lost it. Oh, there it is.
The document that's on SharePoint starts with a memorandum.
Right. Yes.
2 pages of the memo,
Yep.
pages of the memo.
Mm-hmm.
And then that next page is what Holly's talking about, which could possibly be R1 and the next one R2 because it's followed by R3.
We're on page 4.
That's
So
right. Got it.
it's the document right following the memo.
It's page 4 on SharePoint, right?
4 of 33. 4 of 33.
Right.
Oh, that's right. Got it.
Okay. So we're bringing in $12,971,092 for residential revenue. That's increased by $293,974. That's increase in assessment. So that's new money that we had to spend in the budget. And the next section is area rates. That's for paving, water supply, for hydrants.
You're on R3 now.
No,
Oh.
R1.
At the top.
Where are you?
Where are you on our
Got me lost.
Yeah,
Me
I'm
too.
lost.
R3.
What you're reading is not what we see.
1, 2, 3.
No, not even close.
5. Look on the 6th page of the document. I think that's where Holly is.
It's on
okay.
R3. R3.
Which is
R3?
R3. Holly, is that where you are on R3?
I'm on R1.
Well,
We
you
don't
are,
have
but
one
we're on
called
R3.
R1.
We're on R3.
Yes.
Different, but the same.
So it's,
I don't know what
okay.
you're looking at.
Okay, so it shows taxation. You see all your taxation, right?
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, that's R3.
R3.
Okay. So then the next section is the money we bring in from Alliant. That's for land-based landlines. They pay us a grant of 87,000. Well, we're hoping it'll be 87 because as people no longer have landlines, they cut back that grant.
I have
couldn't
a
hear you,
question on
Mom.
that.
I don't know where we're at here. I can't.
I couldn't hear Holly. She was cutting in and out.
Holly, could you repeat that, please? Sorry.
So under tax, it says business property taxation.
4070.
Yeah.
Line 4070.
Well, it shows based on revenue Alliant, 80,000. Maybe it's best if you guys just give me questions. If maybe that's Easiest.
I guess if you give us the number of the line, Holly, it works out better.
4070.
Correct.
Bridgetown Alliance.
Here we are.
That's $80,000.
Yes.
And then 7,000 comes in for Bridgetown.
Mhm.
Okay, and then Nova Scotia Power, payment in lieu of taxes. That is increasing because Nova Scotia Power upgraded some of their facilities, I think in the Bear River area last year. Increase, so our grant in lieu is higher. So that's 515,247.
Good.
And then we get an HST offset amount from the province, 43,500. Bridgetown's amount is 6,500.
So may I ask the question, what did you say about the 88,000 going down to 80? For the 4070?
So Alive gives us a grant each year, grant in lieu of taxes. So it's based on the number of landlines.
Okay.
And as landlines, people aren't using landlines as much, they're going to cell phones.
Correct. Okay, I got you. Okay.
That's why it decreases.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Councillor Gunn?
Thank you. Holly, so if we don't have the landlines, do we get any revenue from what people have picked up? The cell lines and one thing and another.
No, this is based on landlines only, unless a line out of the goodness of their heart decide to change that. It would be for all municipalities, so like they won't change it.
So we can't get further waves going through the year.
No, it's based on the number of landlines.
Okay, thank you.
Give us a rate.
Okay. Anything further on this page, folks?
So there's transfer of 965,000.
Right.
And 30,000 from the Bridgetown area. That'll probably come in around $1 million. That's what I've projected. And again, the wind turbine goes up each year by 1%. That's 12,455. So your total taxation, total revenue from taxation is 16,370,042.
And that's an
Any
increase of
any questions?
549,000.
Yeah, that's an increase of nearly $550,000.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Okay.
Okay, so next page is payment in lieu of taxes. So the federal government will send us, hopefully, but they assess their own property, so they'll send us what they want to. Account number 4250, 78,788. And the CBC Tower, which is down Victoria Beach area, 1,249. The federal government gives us property tax in lieu for the RCMP building in Bridgetown of 18,600. And the post office in Bridgetown is 8,300. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. We're just being respectful. Can you believe that?
Provincial property, 79,036. That's all property owned by the province. That has gone down by nearly 22,000.
Why?
Because of the old school in Bridgetown, they've torn it down. So now they've given us the assessment on the new property, but they've removed the old property. Last year we got tax money from them for both schools. This year they've taken off the old school. I think last year they were ending.
How much are they paying for the new school?
Gosh, I'm not really sure how much it is. Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell. And they pay us for the crown timber of 150,682. That's forest property that's owned by the province. So we received 336,655 for payment in lieu of taxes from the federal government and the provincial government.
And Holly, can I just ask, did you say that was including the new Bridgetown school?
It is.
Okay, thank you.
Pretty much tax on that.
Yeah, so can I ask
Gordon,
a question?
Please. Yeah.
Well, and that's what I'm looking at. I mean, would you not think that the new school would be assessed at more than the old one?
You think?
Yeah, yeah. And I'm not even sure if if they're paying us taxes on the new one. That was a special agreement. Generally, schools aren't, because we don't get taxes for other schools. So I'm thinking that they do not pay taxes on the new school. I think that was a special agreement with the town of Bridgetown on the old school.
They're defunct.
Yeah.
What was that, Councillor Gunn?
I thought Bridgetown was defunct.
It is.
Went through disillusionment and why? So the new school was
Dissolved.
debated with the town of Bridgetown. Is that it? What they pay?
I think Holly was saying that the old school, that the town of Bridgetown had an arrangement with the province that was unusual because normally municipalities don't receive payment for schools. But for some reason,
that's what it was.
Bridgetown was, but no longer, not with the new one.
Okay.
Okay, the next section is services provided to other governments. So animal control for towns, Annapolis and Bridgetown would pay us for a budget of $1,000. But in actual, the next column over, you see projected to year end, they actually paid us $4,000. So it's hard to budget that one because you don't know how many animals they're going to have to deal with. So we budget low, and anything that comes in over and above that becomes part of our surplus and then gets transferred to operating reserve. 18,000, the next amount is 18,000, and then there's a 15,000. That is our cost to the Bridgetown Water and Sewer for our cost to use their lagoon for Carlton Corner and Church Street, because all that sewage is going into the Bridgetown Lagoon. And then transit, that's 20,000 comes in from the town of Middleton towards the King's Transit, and 5,000 from the town of Annapolis Royal.
Councillor LeBlanc? Councillor LeBlanc, you have a question?
I do. We've had that same amount coming in every year, correct?
Yes. We don't
never
bill.
go.
They just, that's what they have decided they would pay us.
So we've never asked them to up the ante when expenses and everything. And this year our transit is going up.
Yeah, I think I'm too sure. There used to be an agreement that gets signed with the town. They wouldn't sign it.
And we even went to the point of doing a study on the actual usage, because the towns wanted to know exactly how many people from the towns were using the transit system. And we incurred a fairly significant expense in tracking that for a period of time. We spent more tracking it than we actually received in revenue from either town. And at the end of that process of accumulating all this data in the hopes of renegotiating that financial relationship, they both declined to do anything. So it was a pure loss. This is so the voluntary contribution they're making right now is the limit of what they've agreed to do.
So we can't ask them to up the ante.
Oh, I think we both can and should, but this is what's in place at the moment.
What if we just stop sending the buses in there? How about that?
It would be a detriment. It would be a detriment to our own residents because
I don't know if it would.
Most county residents, if they use public transit, are using it to get to a service, and most of our services are located within one town or another town.
Yeah.
So it's pretty hard to offer a point-to-point within the county only without actually having those people brought to the places they need to get to, like the banks, the doctor's offices, the grocery stores, and everything else that happen to be located in the towns.
Okay, so that's what I put in here for budget because that's what I know now is 25,000.
Right.
The next section is sale of service. Sewer rates will bring in 1.1 million. And those bills, I think, likely people will get them today or this week sometime. On a residence, it'll go up like $10.
And the Bridgetown sewer rates are $145,700. And $225 we budgeted for sewer connection fees or inspection fees.
How come it went down?
I'm actually going to go to Councillor Sheridan first. Councillor Sheridan.
So line item 4040, the sewer rates. The sewer rates went up, but yet it says it's a decrease. Why is there a 20,000 decrease?
Sometimes it depends on the connections. So there may be some that disconnect.
You can disconnect from a sewer?
Yeah, I think so.
I thought you had to pay if it was on your land, you had to pay regardless.
You do.
You do, right? Because I've got land that you have to pay regardless if you're connected or not. So they still have to connect.
But we also have the commercial sector at Cornwallis Park. So let's say Acadian Sea Plants is also based on usage too, right? So it's water in, water out for the commercial sector in Cornwallis Park. So they may have used less water. So that means the weighted units decrease. So if anyone in that area conserves on water, they're going to pay less.
So the other question is 5610. Is that a new line item? Because that wasn't in Q3, the additional 43,000. What is that for?
So within those rates, if you recall when we set the rates, 5% was for the administration fee. So I've separated that out because that's the amount that should stay in general operating because that goes towards the administration costs.
So you broke it down as opposed to in Q3 because it wasn't there
Right.
in Q3. Okay.
Right. So that's
Gotcha.
part of why that amount went down as well, because last year it was all part of the 1.153.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
the 173,296, that is what Glenn Bannon in his budget had said that we would get in revenue. Now, I don't know how that transit service is going right now and if we'll take in that much revenue. But if we're not taking in that much revenue, our expenditures should go down on the other side as well. And 181,071 is for the Bridgetown water utility. That is how much it pays our general operating for us to administer it. And 33,099 is what the Annapolis County water utility pays, 33,099 for the administration. That's for getting up the bills. There's, Public Works, they certainly do administration for the water utilities.
Councillor LeBlanc.
So are all our water meters repaired now? I guess that's the question.
I can't say if they're repaired. I think it's always an ongoing thing with water meters. Our staff do look at it and there's protocols in place when they have to deal with it, especially during this time period. I know Steve's team was working on how they would handle that, whether they would go in a home or whether they would go outside. Steve, you're on now?
Yeah, the majority are all auto readers. We just, it's a radio reader. We just drive by and picks up the reading, but there's ongoing repairs with meters. We have some meters that are over the ages, into misread, take them out. We have them tested, either replace them or put them back. And those kind of charges and activities are all covered in the bylaw that we pass on a per utility. There's fees for all of that for if the public or the resident wants us to test the meter because they have a problem with the meter reading. But they're all radio read right now. But they're ongoing, as John said, in terms of repairs or replacements.
And the water utility rates are, which include the administrative costs and that, they're all approved by the UARB.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Warden?
No.
No? All right. Councillor Gunn?
I got a question.
Councillor Gunn, go right ahead.
Oh, thank you very much. Where the hell was it here? Okay, yeah, the 181, does that include the price, the water utility? We just put it in Bridgetown. We just bought another piece of land there and we drilled 2 new wells and stuff. So the price of that, does that get added on, what that costs the county, does that get added on to their water utility, Bridgetown's water utility?
Yeah, the water utility, the rates set for the water utilities have to be paid by the customers. It has to be fair and equitable rates. And if there's different classes, those classes have to have fair and equitable rates. So the water utilities, the total cost is borne by the residential users and business users based on those rates that are approved by the UARB.
So I guess
Stephen,
the cost of that well.
Just a second, Councillor. Just a second, Councillor Gunn. I know that Stephen was wanting to weigh in. Maybe that would have clarified. Stephen?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, each of the utilities pays for their own expense. So any expense experienced by the Bridgetown utilities is paid for by the Bridgetown customers. There's no cost sharing of those expenses between utilities.
That help, Councillor Gunn? Good. All right.
Bridgetown's not merged with the other utilities.
They look after their own expenses, which would be the cost of the well and all.
Right. 2 separate utilities.
Yep. Okay.
So if we want to look at the transit again, so our total cost for transit service will be $413,000. That's with the town's $25,000 off of that. And the expense for transit is found later on in the budget. I have it here as E12, but I think it's numbered differently in SharePoint. So if we go down to other revenue from own sources, this is all the revenue we bring in from like bylaws and all that kind of stuff. So tax certificates, $4,500 we take in a year. We lease the bridge or the Lawrencetown building, the bottom section, to an information center. That brings in $20,464. That's down because we hadn't been including HST in that, so we have to send that HST back to the government. Then there's, I think, 536 is for pasture land on Church Street, a lease. Building permits, 24,000, and building permits in Bridgetown, 1272. 3,000 for subdivision fees. Development permits, 750. Registry filing fee, 4,500 for subdivision fees. 1,000 for zoning and miscellaneous permits. 1,000 for animal licenses. $1,200 for animal licenses in the town of previous town of Bridgetown. 18,000 comes in from the RCMP for court fines. And you'll see 19,000, that's what we're projecting to year end.
Can I ask a question, please?
Mr. Morrison?
Thank you. We've had these documents for quite some time. And at the current rate we're going, I want to place my order for pizza for the evening meal. Is it really necessary to have Holly read every line?
Would council like to do it page by page in that case instead, and simply move to a page and ask if there are any questions on that page? Let Holly respond and then move on in that fashion. That would certainly be quicker. Are folks agreeable to that?
Before you leave this page, though, I have a question.
Well, let's say any further questions on this page. How about that? Councillor Sheridan, you're first up.
Okay, so regarding line item 5403 under other revenue, YMCA utilities, there's an increase there of 35,000, and I just didn't understand why.
Holly?
I'm not entirely sure why. I'm just thinking last year, these leases, they keep changing. So I'm just thinking when it was done last year, maybe some places weren't leased. And
it's utilities, it's YMCA utilities.
The water?
Yeah, the
5403.
Yeah, and we probably didn't use as much Yeah. Because, yeah, it costs a lot of money, like for the power bills and the water. Now we have to charge for water, have to pay our water utility.
No, I'm just asking why such an increase in the budget of 35,000. Did the water rate go up or did we use more water? I just didn't understand why it went up 35,000.
We had a leak.
We had the leak. Is that why? Was it that large of an increase for that leak?
Steve, could you speak to this? You're muted. Steve, you're still muted.
It looked, let's see, is he there?
Yeah.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
We put in some, when we had the leak problem with the pool, we put in some additional metering, and I think it identifies the cost now, which is specific to the YMCA. Cost, that water utility was just going to Basin View in the past, but now we've split it. So we have a better idea of the operating costs now for the pool.
So I have a question.
So do I.
Deputy Warden, then Councillor LaBelle.
So if that's just the operating cost, not just the operating cost of the pool, but the why, but the pool was shut down for a while. So why would have the cost went up?
This is we're still on revenue. This is the revenue. So this is the amount that YMCA, they're to pay us back, 35%. So this is their cost that they will pay us.
Right.
Yeah, and I don't understand why it's up that high. Yeah. I'm not complaining. They're paying us. I'm not complaining. I just don't understand it.
Here, let me try to help explain here. So last year, as you know, we had some very technical problems with the pool, including the structural aspect of the pool. The pool had to be drained for it to be painted, and then it had to be refilled. And then it was discovered through the fact that it was using too many chemicals that it was leaking significantly. So then the pool had to be drained. And then they did repairs to the piping underneath, and they filled it again and did pressure tests, still leaking. So they had to drain it again. And then they finally found the leaks were in the incoming pipes, and they repaired that. There are still slight leaks. It's not a lot, but there are still slight leaks. So last year, the filling of the pool and draining of the pool would have added to the utility costs. This particular year, as Steve stated, they've now put a meter specifically on so they know what the pool is taking. And apparently it was using more water than we were billing. So now it's properly measuring for this year.
That's a good thing. Can I ask a follow-up question? I know this isn't really to the budget, but while we're on this topic, is the pool shut down now because of COVID? And if so, is it going to be drained and not used, or what's the scoop on that?
If I may, the pool is closed. The YMCA facility is closed. The pool still has water in it because it's structurally it's the best way to go. It maintains the structure. It doesn't allow any of the foundation or the concrete to heave in these situations. And we've looked at other facilities. We've got advice from other pool operators. Leave it full. Well, and there is still minor leaks. And just back on the revenue question, I would anticipate we won't get that much revenue. And John's explanation is very good because of the amount of water we were losing, but we're losing less now. So I don't know if that revenue will come in at that point. But the pool is still full. It's the best way to maintain the structural integrity of the pool.
It sure is.
Okay, so last year for we spent 107,500, and for electricity 174,500. Total of 282 just for the heat and electricity to heat the pool and the electricity. So hopefully we bring in 155 to offset that.
Stephen? Stephen, you're muted.
You're muted, Steve.
Yeah. Just on the heating of the pool, we're trying a new, it's called a chemical blanket, and we don't lose as much water or as much heat. And with nobody using the pool, these chemical blankets are usually reapplied every day, but we're just using it once and we're monitoring it. we anticipate some saving, but we're keeping an eye on it in terms of our evaporation and how much water we have to refill it and what our heating is. But we turn the heat down on the pool as much as we can and to still maintain the chemical integrity and the filters, which are really sensitive to temperature change in the water.
Thank you.
And just to help, it's a major facility, and if you were to shut it down completely, like decommission it, your cost to start up again would be enormous.
Astronomical.
Which would we save by shutting it down?
Well, we don't know for sure because it's not been for a full year, but we'll certainly save with our expenses, in particular in the summer months. In the winter months, if we're maintaining a certain heat, if it's a lower heat, it won't cost as much. If it's a higher heat, it'll cost more.
Keeping that pool full is necessary anyway, otherwise you just engender material fatigue. Because if it's under load right now, if you every time you take the load off, you risk potential damage. Every time you cycle it through a load, removing the load and putting the load back on, it's like bending a hanger back and forth. It gets a bit weaker each time you do it.
It impacts the superstructure.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Any further questions on this page, folks?
I do.
Councillor, Deputy Warden?
Line 5403. Commercial leases. So do we have all of our commercial space rented?
Oh, so this is back on the previous page. This is back on the previous page? Okay.
It's on R4.
Okay. All right. Previous page.
At the bottom.
Yeah.
Third from the bottom.
Yeah, I see it. At $56,000?
Yes.
The only thing operating, this is under provincial emergency declaration, that grocery stores remain open to the customers. I believe the only store open is the grocery store at Basin View right now. And the other tenants in these circumstances, although this is an unusual, perhaps force majeure, we really can't take rent from them if they're not there. And if they don't pay, we really don't have anything to fall back on. We sort of have to accept the fact that we wouldn't be accepting rent if they're not operating. The only entity operating is the grocery store.
But isn't this budget based on collecting rent from these people? That's what this budget is based on, collecting the rent, not deferring it. So
Would
this,
would the rent just not be deferred? We'll have to.
Well, yeah, they don't have to pay it, and we can work out a way in how we get it back. We've not had those discussions with folks. There's just been no time to meet with anybody in that regard.
So they will have to pay it. It's a lease. It's a legal document. Yeah.
that's where the province will probably kick in, because they were looking at that for rentals as well.
Yeah, and I don't know legally with the force majeure, I don't think you can impose a rent.
No.
Could be wrong, but I'd want a lawyer to weigh in on that discussion. But there are issues for landlords in that regard.
Folks, just as a complete aside, I did just have a notice from IT saying that when we're finished this session, everyone is being asked to reboot their computers. If that's all right. I don't know if that means that there's a compounding error that's starting to show up in the system, but so just as a reminder, when we turn off, reboot your computers. Okay. Any further questions?
The bottom line there, 5426 on page 4, miscellaneous revenue. What is that?
Processing fee. That's what we charge the mortgage companies to collect our taxes. We charge them a fee.
Okay, no, that's, yeah.
Yeah. So mortgage companies are still supposed to be paying people's mortgages. They've had the taxes taken out of their mortgage, and they're paying that separately. So that amounts to about $4 million in revenue that we get from mortgages, from people where people, their taxes included in their mortgage. And the banks have committed to still paying us back. Because we do a deferral. Does that mean that get to defer that money as well, even though they've been sitting on that money for a year.
Yeah, but
That
I have a question.
be careful of that.
Deputy
I have a
Warden?
question.
Okay.
So yes, some people have their taxes right in their mortgage, but if they've deferred their mortgage,
The banks are committed to still paying that to the value.
I don't know how they're going to commit to paying that if the money isn't in the account.
Yeah, they took it a year ago. They're always taking it a year in advance. So
They always take it early.
for next year.
Mm-mm.
What they'll take now for next year.
That's how it works. That's how it works for me. My property taxes come with my mortgage, and I'm always paid a year in advance. They take money and hold it for a year.
Yeah. So if the province tells us we have to defer, does that mean the banks can also defer and hang on to that money they've taken from the customer a year ago and not send it to municipalities? And for us, that's $4 million. So
Wow.
you have to be careful of that, those deferrals.
So and that's just a prime example of trying to struggle to make a proper budget.
No. What I'm saying is that if the province tells us we have to defer property taxes,
Right.
are we helping the customer or are we helping the banks? Because then they sit on our $4 million.
Defer does not mean it's exempt. And so like anything that we do, we set up account receivables and those would be dealt with at a later date. We're seeing what the other levels of government are going to do to help folks in order to meet some of these obligations.
Right.
There's been no decision yet on property tax deferrals.
Right. But what I'm saying, we're going to send our tax bills in May. We want the banks to pay that money that they have taken from those customers a year ago for their taxes, not sit on that money for another 3 months after this deferral is over.
But some municipalities have given an extended period of time to pay their taxes.
In Kings County that I'm aware of. But our taxes, see, they bill every 6 months anyway. We bill once a year, only because it's cheaper to do that. We just don't have the staff to do it twice. We're lucky to get them done once. But our due date is June 30th, and we're always a month behind putting our interest on. So people actually have till July 31st to pay their taxes. And I think the same as what Kings County, they have July 31st.
So is that something that the province might say to us, that you have to defer interest free to allow to accommodate for everything that's going on, and we'd have to abide by it?
Some of the processes the province has suggested have to do with them providing municipalities with interim money interest free in order to convey the ability to us to defer those accounts and let them stay interest free as well. So the province has anticipated that municipalities will want to do that. Their intention in each of the three systems that have been discussed, there's accommodation for that, so that municipalities wouldn't have to pay interest.
Right.
So
It's the same with the federal.
We can pass.
You're cutting in and out, Timothy. Can't hear you.
Discussion about
If I may, Timothy, if I may ask, if people are not in the conversation, to mute their mutes.
Okay. All right. Is that better now? Can you hear me more clearly? You can just nod. All right, good. All right, let's continue. Any further questions on this page? We'll go on to the next page then. So this is page 9 of 33 in the package that we have. Any questions on this page? We've already been through a fair bit of this.
I do have a question, Timothy. Line 5441, the area rate provision. I just want to understand why it's gone down. I didn't follow it. I couldn't follow
Area rate provision, yeah, those two, 5440 and 5441 are the amounts we charge to collect area rate.
Holly?
Whoops. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, so for the area rates, we charge, in the event there's an appeal and the area rate they're paying, let's say for paving, gets lowered, then that's a provision there for that, and a collection rate of 3%. So as the paving gets paid down and we have fewer area rates, those amounts will decrease.
That makes sense. Good, thank you.
Okay. Further questions on this page, folks? All right, let's go on to the next one in that case. So this is page 10. And that's a blank page. So let's go on.
I have
Warden
a question.
Yes, go ahead, Deputy Warden. I'm trying to get my tablet to catch up with the information I'm looking for. Go ahead, Deputy Warden.
On page R5. So these are the revenues that we are saying that could be possibly coming in from Ravenhaven.
Right.
So at what date does Ravenhaven usually open?
July 1st?
No, it opens mid June actually.
Mid-June?
Yeah.
So is our intent is to open up Ravenhaven in mid-June?
Well, we haven't had that discussion yet, and I do believe that Albert and John and I are going to have that soon.
The declaration of a state of emergency by the province, does it have a time limit in Nova Scotia as it does in other provinces? I know that in Ontario right now they're convening the provincial legislature in order to extend it by 28 days. Is there an automatic cutoff point for ours after which point it needs to be renewed?
They have to renew it as well. The province has to renew as well. They've already renewed once, I believe. And by the way things are going, I would say it would be very optimistic if we would open Ravenhaven. I don't believe it'll happen in July.
I think it's very unlikely that Ravenhaven will open. But if the period of the declaration of emergency lapses before it, it's probably best to budget as though it would. Probably won't. It probably means that you're giving yourself padding you don't need. But should something happen in a way that we don't anticipate, and should the province actually have the hazard of the situation under control earlier, I wouldn't. If the period of the declaration of emergency terminates, you'd like to leave the opportunity open at least to resume operations after that point. That would be how I would tend to approach it, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, it's look, we're just putting in a budget with no increases. We anticipate a variety of variables coming at us. We really can't put a dollar figure to it.
Yeah. Anything further, folks, on this page?
So we are the 206,362 in our equalization grant.
That was my question, yeah.
Yeah, so we're losing that. Now the province, I've talked some with the province, and she won't commit to whether they're still going to give us that 206,000. So I basically take it out because I'm not sure. We might, there's a slim chance that they may continue to give us the 811,000. But at this point, we don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Folks, this is the second time I've been kicked off. Are we on page 5 now?
We are on page
R5.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And the Bridgetown the new sports hub, I put 50,000 of revenue in there, but I don't think we're going to get that. Maybe Deb, you can explain some of that.
Well, as you know, we had a commitment of 10,000 per year for 5 years, and so we will be getting our first $10,000 payment, Holly, and the second payment will come next year, and I do believe that we're going to request the remaining amount which would be the 40,000 in the fall. So that just give you an update on that revenue.
Because we're anticipating the cost will be 50,000 to maintain that. And there'll be some capital costs along with that as well. That the province has paid for some of it. There'll be others. We're not sure if this will go.
Councillor Bell and Councillor Gunn. Councillor.
Okay, so what you're saying
You'll need
is.
to unmute.
Who, me? Is it my turn?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So what you're saying is you're projecting 50,000. You want to ask, but actually, what it should say, it would be 10,000. They wanted to give us 10,000 for the next 5 years, correct?
10,000 per year.
Yes.
Yes.
So at the end of 5 years, we would have 50. So
yes.
Why do we put in 50 instead of, or why don't we put in 10 instead of 50?
So Deborah, did you not say that in the fall that they were going to pay the other 40?
They did say that to contact them in the fall and that they would actually do their best to get the remaining money to us. Yes.
So we should just be dealing with 10, not 50.
Well, if the full 50 does come in this year, then we would have to have that in the budget.
But we don't know that. We know we're getting 10.
But right now,
Deborah said she'd been given at least a verbal commitment that the province was going to pay the remainder of that money this fall.
They said to apply for it this fall. Yes.
So next year we're going to have to pay for it out of general tax rate because that'll be the end of the funding. So it costs about $50,000 a year to maintain that, to hire a couple of staff and to keep it maintained. So that's a half cent on the tax rate next year.
Councillor Gunn.
Thank you. It was nice to get that downloaded. So the $50,000 a year to maintain it, that's what it'll cost.
No, it's $10,000 a year that they've committed from the province.
No, but they are.
If I may, that was just for the treatment on the track. There's a treatment, that fancy track they put in there has to have a treatment every year, right? That's what I understood.
There's a machine that we are acquiring. Steve, you might want to come in here, but let me just explain. We have to buy certain equipment, specialized equipment. I applied for a grant of $20,000 and we were actually, that was over and above, and we're getting that. And yes, you need that equipment in order to maintain it. As far as a treatment, yes, that groomer does have this product. It's a rubberized material that actually goes onto the field and you use it with the groomer to keep it maintained. But they've only committed $10,000, which was, a big commitment at the time, for each year for 5 years, of which we're only going to get 10 now.
I realize all that, the maintenance of it. So it's going to be 50. The 10,000 the province gives us for the treatment or whatever they want to call it for the 5 years. What I understood Holly to say is it's going to cost still $50,000 on top of that a year to look after that track, the mowing, the plowing, and things like that. Is that right?
Right, because we have to hire a couple of staff to do that.
That's right.
So
yeah.
At least be 40,000, and we'll have no more funding. We'll use it all this year. So next year we're on our own, and it has to be paid from the tax rate. That's a $0.005 on the tax rate next year. So the tax rate will have to increase next year.
Councillor LeBlanc.
Well, I understanding everything that was being said. However, when this field will be used, there will be income from people that are using this field and booking it. So there will be some sort of income as we go through the years, is what I'm thinking.
We're in the process of developing fees and charges, but for the youth in the school, there will be no charge for the youth in the school because that was sort of the general intent. But what we have done is looked at other areas And when there is like men's soccer or other types of things like that, there is a fee. And certainly there's a fee for when they utilize the lights. So we are looking into those kinds of things and creating that before we actually allow anybody on it.
And if I may add to that, what if the school is using it for their whatever days or their gym classes or whatever, is it not possible for them to also use their people to try to clean it up or rake it or whatever, mow it, or at times during the time that the school year is on?
Well, this is specialized equipment for this. When we talk about the sports hub, we're talking about the soccer field and the track, and that is actually going to be owned by us. And they will have their own soccer field, which is what we refer right now to Northfield until it's actually named. But it is, we'll be responsible for that. Steve's municipal operations will operating. We really honestly don't know what this is going to cost until we've gone through a full season. And quite frankly, this is not probably going to be a good year to get that understanding in a COVID year. And also too, it's not going to be finished until at least May 15th. And there may be some deadlines that would extend that as well. So we're gonna try to get the best handle we can. I'm working with Steve McGinnis on this one. And it's coffee, cream and coffee gets my voice going. But nevertheless, we're working on that. And we may come in under that projection of 50,000, and we may do better than we anticipated. This is a brand new facility, and we are in a rural context, so
Yes.
It's going to be interesting to watch it.
Great, thank you.
Further questions this page? Councillor Gunn? You're muted, my friend.
There you go. Yeah, and back to that, just not to leave that, AWAC cleans theirs and shares their cost, right? With different groups. Their sports field, AWAC, Annapolis Royal.
I'm not sure about it. I'm not involved with that one, but I could find out if that was an important piece. But in the old field, there was a shared responsibility. And for example, before this facility was there, the school would maintain up to a certain standard. We had in the operating budget for Bridgetown, we very much had an amount of money that we would give to the Men's Soccer Association to maintain the field in the summertime. And that was a commitment that was part of the Bridgetown agreements. And we will not be giving that, obviously, and we're keeping that for general operations as well.
And to follow up that, Holly, so this tax increase that'll come, that'll be just on the Bridgetown area, right? It won't be the county-wide.
Well,
My citizens don't want to pay for a track out there. They won't use that.
well, the citizens in the rural areas get to use the property as well. We own it. It's in our name. So it's our.
It's all the county of Annapolis now.
Right. I think it's important that Annapolis County taxpayers pay their fair share on that as well.
All right.
That's my opinion.
Well, take a look at this way. 80% of the students who even attend the school are county residents as opposed to town residents.
Right.
And we're going to see a similar proportion of county residents who will use that track, I believe. So and in addition, there was no entity called Bridgetown at the time when the track was being proposed. So the residents of the town could not have exclusively agreed to bearing the cost of that. There's no way they could do it. There's no democratic process by which they could be bound to be the sole people to carry that. The municipality of the County of Annapolis had those negotiations with the province, and therefore it's incumbent upon the residents of the municipality of the County of Annapolis to be involved.
We hardly even negotiated. We were told what was going to happen then.
We agreed, though.
But it certainly is an economic driver there as well.
Mm-hmm.
certainly help all the businesses in that area. And the properties they're selling, you know, our transfer tax has been phenomenal. Transfer tax that we've taken in. There's been a lot of properties sold even since the Gordonston announcement. A lot of properties.
Okay. Okay.
So now we're on to expenditures.
Okay, so actually let's just pause for a second. It's just after 12. Would people like to take 10 minutes just to run and grab a bite to eat? We can probably eat in front of our computers just fine. But stretch our legs and grab a bite.
Yes, that would
Yes?
be great.
Okay, let's do that. We can. I have Carolyn stop recording. We can leave our systems on and open and just go and grab a bite. All right, welcome back, everybody. If you would like to turn in your document to page 13 of 33, which gets into expenses and general government services, and I'll ask if anybody has any questions about that first page. Councillor Morrison, could you unmute Councillor Morrison, Carolyn? Thank you.
I'm trying to. I should be able to, and I can.
No, I got the thing that says you were, and I'm sorry, the page numbers you're giving don't make any sense to me. When I printed it, I just got the numbers on the top right of the pages.
Okay,
I don't.
What you should be, Timothy, if I may just interject for a second. If you look at the top right-hand corner, it should say E1.
It should, but it doesn't. Now, why does it not?
Are we now on E9?
I'm going
E1,
through this.
E1.
There is no notation on mine, and it may just be how the screen's formatted on my iPad. But I don't see a number at the top of the page at all.
E9.
E9.
Yep, and I believe you. But the way,
yeah,
this is one long document on my iPad. At the moment, we're on the 12th page of 33.
On
which I believe
SharePoint.
is your E9. Okay.
On SharePoint, it's saying E1, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Maybe this is E. Okay.
That's what I'm going by. I was able to print the SharePoint version.
Right,
No, actually, I couldn't print the SharePoint version. I had to go and get the email from Holly. Originally, that's what I'm going by on the budget.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Well, does anyone have any questions on this page, folks? Deputy Warden.
SharePoint is missing pages 1 to 5, E1 to 5.
There's 3 blank pages in the package.
Yeah, so the first one is showing E9.
Okay.
And then they should all follow along after that, E10, 11, 12.
So the page that I'm on right now is General Government Services.
And that's where we should be.
That's the top. That's where we should be. Okay.
Right.
All right. So Deputy Warden has a question, I believe. Deputy Warden.
Where am I? 6045, hospitality policy. We have 400 in there, but then we go down to hospitality expense and we have 500 in there. How come there's 2?
So the first one is for gifts.
Okay. And the second?
And the second one would be probably, let's say, if a delegation came here and we had to
Provide a meal.
provide a meal. Yeah, transportation.
Okay. Deputy Warden.
But I thought does not our hospitality policy state a certain amount?
For gifts, a maximum amount for gifts? Yes, it does. Anything over a certain dollar amount needs to be approved separately by council.
Why wouldn't the 2 of them be considered the same thing?
Because I think what Holly was suggesting is that one of these is specifically for gifts, And the other is for the hospitality you provide, like meals, potentially transportation, driving somebody around the municipality if they needed to go somewhere, something like that, something along the lines of actual hosting responsibilities. Carolyn?
I believe 8022 also captures certificates and those kind of things.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, Timothy,
Yes.
the first one is gifts, and it's related to the hospitality policy. And the second one are the hospitality expenses. So they're two separate items.
Right.
One is simply for gifts as it relates to the policy, as you suggested. And the second one relates to expenses for when you actually host them.
Deputy Warden?
No, okay.
Good. All right. Thank you very much. All right. Councillor Gunn. Oh, sorry, Councillor LeBlanc. I'll come right back to you. Councillor Gunn? Oh, Councillor LeBlanc in that case. I'll come back to Councillor Gunn. Councillor
I'll
LeBlanc?
unmute myself.
Okay. Someone can speak.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Harbor authorities and societies. Now, is that grant money we've given out to them? Is that
So what line?
from our grant funds or what?
Line 8150? Yes.
Yeah, 8150, yeah.
Yeah, that's what that is.
That's just grants that we've given out to different harbor authorities.
That's right. And in 1920, we gave out 20,000.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor LeBlanc and then Councillor Sheridan.
Okay, in this particular one, when we're talking about remuneration and allowances, does that include, I see retro January 2020 for all of it?
That's right. In addition to a 1.7% increase.
So there is
policy.
1.7% increase added on to that?
As per your policy, yes.
Okay. With the times that are here and what we have to see our neighbors and friends and constituents going through, maybe a county as a whole, we should consider maybe not taking that this year, just because there are people that are out there that are quite, strapped for money. They're in a dilemma. It's very interesting to see. Now, it's not all of us. However, it's something to consider for a year. I don't know. I would like to know if there's any other opinions on these numbers, but that's the way I kind of feel at this moment. Thank you very much.
But our tax rate did not increase. So, and it has to be a balanced budget. So if we were to take the money from this section, where would you put it? Unless you lowered the tax rate. And I don't think you want to do that.
So that's our only option. That's it.
Because, yeah, I mean,
think about that one.
You certainly choose not to take those increases or to make it retroactive.
Yes.
But that becomes part of your surplus at year end. Goes to operating reserve. So it would go into reserves, which is just as good as a tax rate increase. Because that money can always be brought in another year so that you don't have to increase your tax rate. You have money in reserves.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sheridan. Just need Carolyn to unmute you just a second. There we are.
So what Diane was talking about just now is what I've started to talk about in the very beginning of the meeting. Like we could put something in a different reserve and take it out of the budget, because I do agree with Diane. Also, I'm looking at the 1.66 for the grants and community funds in that regard as well, because that's going to affect a lot of the communities, as well as the new clinic that's going in Middleton that got postponed because there wasn't enough money in the budget for that. So all these things are going to be affected, but if we had a separate account for things that we don't need right now, we might be able to help the clinic out or help somebody else out. And to me, that'd be my preference anyway, to put money that we know we're not going to utilize right now, use. And if there's anything left over, we could help these other people out. Because I don't know if we pass the budget, if the budget money stays in each department, or does it go back into our operating reserve if it's not used?
If it's not used, it goes to your operating reserve at year end.
Our own operating reserve.
Right.
So it doesn't stay with that department.
Right.
So therefore, there could be some money left over, say, for the clinic in Middleton, or
Right.
the ground search and rescue.
Right. So the way that a municipal budget works is that if it's not used by any particular department or that line item, that forms part of your surplus at year end, or it could very well be a deficit as well. If it's a deficit, then you have to take the money from your reserve to put it back in your general operating, or the next year you have to increase your tax rate if you don't have the money in reserves.
Because I understood this morning when we were talking that it was to stay with each department for a surplus in that department.
No, it's a surplus for the overall global budget, not for that department. So you can always, if you don't want to make your remuneration retroactive, or if you don't want to take the 1.7% increase, we can always take that difference and put it down to under community grants and increase that if you wanted to, but you'd have to change your policy because your policy says it's 1.66% of your taxable assessment.
Mm-hmm. Understand. Thank you.
Councillor Morrison.
Thank you. It's a very interesting subject that Councillor LeBlanc brought up. I am not in agreement with foregoing the 1.7%. I'm not sure how to phrase it, but I give away a lot of money every month in my district. I know exactly where to place it. I work with other individuals and community organizations who know exactly where to place it, where it will provide the most help and very little, or sometimes absolutely no embarrassment to the recipient, either privately or publicly. I will continue to do that, and that's what I will continue to do if this budget as it is now is passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other comments, folks? Councillor Sheridan and Councillor McDonald afterwards.
So regarding the kilometer allowances and things like that, that will definitely change because we're working from home. So there will be leftovers there, right? So I think that's going to be helpful. So there's a start, right?
That's right.
Okay.
And travel as well, just in general. For instance,
right.
I'll be very surprised if FCN doesn't cancel their conference in Toronto this June.
Cancelled, done. It's done.
It's already done. There you are. It's already done, and that would have been at least 3 members of council who would have been traveling to that. So all those expenses get removed from the docket.
So what you're and then what you're saying, Holly, is this goes back into our operating reserves
at year end. That's right. Anything that is unspent becomes part of your surplus at year end and gets transferred to our operating reserve. That's right in the MGA, and we have to follow that.
Thank you.
Yeah. So yeah,
all right,
it's still money in the bank, basically.
Yeah. Councillor McDonald.
I'm unmuted. Thank you. I'm in the same camp as Diane and Wendy. Sorry for being so informal, but I don't have your name tag staring me in the face to remember everybody's last name at the last second. But I'm in the same camp. I have no wish to give myself a 1.7% increase. In fact, I'm prepared to make a motion before we leave today, saying that we don't do that this year. That's all I had to say.
All right, further comments, folks? Councillor Prout. We're on it. It's coming. There
we go. I think that's a great idea. I really do. I would concur with the 3 previous speakers.
All right. Thanks very much. Okay. Any further questions on this page, folks? All right, in that case, let's move on to the next page, which again starts off with general administration services, and then right directly below that is administration. Any question on this page? Councillor Sheridan, and Deputy Warden afterwards. Councillor Sheridan.
So line number 8110, it says contracts, IBM programming, and there's nothing there, but on the sidebar, it says 55K 18-19. I just didn't know what that meant. I was just wondering what that meant.
Okay, I've kind of left that in the budget for a number of years now because property valuation services, the people who do our assessed values, want us to roll out an e-delivery program so that customers can come into our computer and get their tax bill rather than us sending it in the mail. The problem, and it's going to cost $55,000 to get IBM to do that programming for us. The problem with that is many areas in the county do not have internet or good internet service. It wouldn't benefit everyone. So I think their uptake rate now, the PVSC is saying about 10%. So I just don't see the value in spending $55,000 for 10% of our population or taxpayers to be able to go into our system to get a tax bill.
Great, thank you. I wasn't sure what that was.
But I leave it there so that we don't lose it.
Right.
There might be, you know, once we get our internet going, there might be a reason to do that.
For sure, thanks.
Okay. Further questions on this page, Deputy Warden?
60/40. And I see it in quite a few departments. What's professional memberships?
That's a membership to, let's say, the Association of Municipal Administrators. There are a number of, like myself, a number of finance employees, John, and in many of our departments that are members of that association. And it's important that we be part of that, so we get up on what the province is bringing out and all those kinds of things. There may.
Oh no, I just didn't know what it was. That's all.
Yeah, so it's memberships that are required. Let's say Steve, for his role, there are a number of associations that he must be part of. Same with Albert. Yeah.
No, I just asked. I didn't know.
Okay, terrific. Anything else on this page? Anything else on this page? Councillor LeBlanc? There we are.
At me. You're flashing at me there, girl. Okay. I was looking at the same 80, hold on. Contract 8110, right above the IBM one.
The SAP?
Are those the contracts that, what kind of contracts are those? Just, it went for 42,000 and we went.
So that sits under financial management. So that's for our financial system, SAP. That's the costs that we pay for IBM to maintain our financial system.
I see. Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, anything further? In that case, let's move on to the next page. So there's just a short little column of figures there. Any questions on this page? Deputy Warden?
8100, professional services.
So would those be things like when we hire a surveyor?
That falls under taxation administration. So I'm thinking like to print the tax bills and things like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else on this page? Let's move on to the next. next. This one starts off tax rebates or cancellations. Any questions here?
Now, likely next year, our full tax exemption will increase because if their incomes are down this year for 2021, and we're always a year behind, so this year we're based on their income from 2019. Sorry. Hello? Hi.
Carolyn, could you mute Holly's feed for just a moment so that we're not accidentally overhearing a private conversation? Thank you.
Sorry.
No, that's just fine. Thank you, Holly. Go ahead. You were warning council that probably next year we're going to see an increase in the property tax exemptions because people's incomes will be lower.
Right. There'll be more people eligible.
Right.
Because their incomes are going to be lower, you know, when they get their T4s or whatnot.
Absolutely. Deputy Warden? And then Councillor Gunn. Deputy Warden?
110.
For 403,057.
No, 8110 is professional services. It went from 40 to 50,000.
Oh, okay. That's the municipal solicitor.
And that appears to be being done because last year we budgeted 40, but we actually spent, we believe we'll spend about 50, which was more.
Right.
And so now we're budgeting for the figure that is closer to what the actuals were.
Right.
So do we not have a contract? Does that not have to be redone, or?
Yeah, but I believe the contract is based on, it's not based on a one lump sum.
He's not salaried.
Right. Okay. And I have one more.
Okay.
The 8100 professional services down at the bottom under human resources went from 20 to 35.
Okay, so maybe Dawn can answer that.
Dawn?
That's a reflection of how our business is changing. We've had a number of people who have been out for illness, injury, or otherwise. We're also hiring a number of new staff, and some of our hirings are a bit unusual. So as we go into the realm of, for example, hiring people for waste transfer and some of the unusual duties that we've undertaken recently, it puts our costs up for the labor lawyer. That's the labor lawyer cost. There's also policy development included in that. And similar to the discussion that we just had in regard to the municipal solicitor, it's based on actual use, not a salary. It also includes documents we have to get from doctors when people are out on illness or injury to verify whether they're able to come back to work, when they're able to come back to work, and whether we have to do altered duties for them.
Okay. Nope, thank you.
Councillor Gunn next.
Sorry. Thank you. I forget what it was now.
I go to Councillor LeBlanc while you reconsider. Councillor LeBlanc.
Okay, yes, and she asked a question I wanted to ask, one of them anyway. Would that include also getting, this is a Dawn question, getting the equipment, chairs, or whatever things that they need if they return to work as well? Does that add to this number? So if I go to work and I have a problem with my back or something, does that number indicate, okay, I will get this specific chair or this desk or whatever it is, so under the occupational health and safety? Is that what you're saying?
No. Usually special equipment or special accommodation needs are borne by the service group themselves, although we do have a bit built in for Occupational Health and Safety Committee themselves. So if it's something related to an Occupational Health and Safety Committee activity, we do provide under this general budget, but not under that line item, a small amount for things like that. But say standing desks, for example, are an item that might want to be considered depending on how people work at their desk. And service groups have been providing for that themselves.
All right. Second question. It's the FOIPOP, which is number 8101. It had no budget in 2019-20, and then we have a projected of 5,000, and we have a budget line of $1,000. Now, I'll be the first to admit that I don't understand the this and that of FOIPOPs. So obviously there's an expense to it. Can somebody explain the expenses by any chance?
John? John?
Yeah, we've had an enormous amount of FOIPOPs this year.
I can't hear you, John.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
A little better.
I wonder why. Sorry.
It does sound like your volume's dropped. I don't know why.
Try again.
Okay.
That's better.
Okay. We've had a lot of FOIPOP requests.
Yeah.
A lot of the work that we do, we have to organize and do the work up front to go through every document. And because of that, we experience expenses, a considerable amount of time. And we are supposed to pass that expense on to the people that are creating the, or asking the request and then creating the work that goes along with that request. And so, but they don't necessarily pay or finish the process, but we've already gone through that work to get it to a certain point. So we're always trying to recover that money. And there's a significant amount of time and effort has had to go into FOIPOPs this year, to the extent that I've had to take people off of other work.
Yes. So it's one of those things, if I requested it and I'm supposed to pay, say it's $100, if I don't pay for it, but I requested it and it's done, is that?
We don't, if they don't pay, we don't release it.
Okay. So you could be doing the work for nothing is what
There's general access, and then there's other matters that we have a legal obligation to review. We have a legal obligation to contact third parties. Sometimes we're printing large documents, mailing them directly, purulating them, getting them back. There's a variety of different expenses that occur. We then have to take people and go in and search the archives of our hard copies down in the vault area and bring information out. There's just a tremendous amount of work. Some of the requests are voluminous in nature.
Yes. Okay. So, well, the part was, it says that we've spent, what did I say it was, $5,000? 500? I don't remember.
5,000.
What is it?
5,000 was the projected from last year.
Right, but we only put in 1,000 for the upcoming budget.
I know, I'm hoping we won't have as many.
But that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking you're, that's what you're thinking. Okay. So it seems to have died down, so to speak, or what?
No, just the whole process of COVID-19 is, even working with the provincial office on matters, they're not at the office. Everybody is sort of down tools at this point in time.
So it's difficult to deliver is what you're saying.
Yes.
Yeah. Perfect. Thank you very much, John.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Gummy, do you recall what you were going to ask me for? No, just leave it alone. Leave it alone. Okay. Any further questions on this page, folks? And if not, let's move on to the next, which is, again, it's just a short little column that starts off with 6090 postage. Any questions here? Deputy Warden.
Continuation of bylaw.
What was that?
That's a continuation of the bylaw section.
Yes.
Administration enforcement. I lowered the dangerous and unsightly premises cleanup budget from 10 to 1,000.
Okay.
Then our cost only actually ended up $169 because in most cases we can recover that money from the property owner, and in the case of the Victoria Beach property, the province paid that. So, and that was 25,000.
Thank you. Deputy Warden?
Question I was going to ask. I mean, to lower that to $1,000, I mean, I have driven through my area that there is more garbage everywhere than I've ever seen before in my life.
Right, but that's not up to the taxpayer to pay that cost. That's the property owner.
Oh no, this is in the ditches along the highways, in the woods. These are illegal dumpings. So if you report it to dangerous and unsightly, whose responsibility is it for it to be cleaned up? Illegal dump sites.
Well, we don't own the ditches. That's Department of Transportation.
I'm talking illegal dump sites.
If I may.
Yes. I'm not sure who just spoke.
So illegal dump site really falls under the S1 waste management. We can fine people under that if we can determine who dumped it. But we can recover the cost, hopefully, for what it has cost our staff to go out and clean it up, or if we have to hire a contractor. But there could be situations where we're just going to end up swallowing the cost, and that's where it would probably end up.
So what was our cost last budget?
We had 10,000 in there, but we spent $169.
Only because the province was willing to pay that difference of amount. We could have had a larger balance in this, and we don't know from year to year if we have a dangerous property that we have to take the steps in order to remove whatever the situation is. We may end up doing that at a property where I have two where the owners have deceased and they have become dangerous. So I may have to proceed. We may have some expenditures that I'm not sure how we're getting them back.
Well, the expense still becomes part of the property.
It will eventually.
Because somebody owns the property.
Right now, I have one that there is nobody has come forward and processed the gentleman's will. So it is still in the name of the deceased.
So the will hasn't been probated.
And I can't find a family member to deal with it.
Well, we likely can speed along that process.
Yes. But in the meantime, we may have to carry it in this until we transfer the funds over.
So we didn't clean up any illegal dump sites last year?
Oh, we would have done that through the S1.
Wouldn't be under
It
dangerous
costs
unsightly.
money. Right, but it still costs money to do that.
Yeah.
John, do you want to?
Well, that was my question. What did it cost us to clean up illegal dump sites?
Any of the, for example, the bins that they've illegally were dumping garbage around the bins, we covered that under the solid waste budget, and we went in and we picked that up. Any new bins that we created, we covered that under the solid waste budget. As it relates to a dangerous and unsightly or something of that nature, the sad state of affairs typically is that it's the landowner's responsibility. Even if somebody dumped on their property illegally, it becomes their problem. And we can issue an order to have it cleaned up, and if they don't, then we'd have to clean it up, and then it becomes a bill. It's very bad circumstance for the property owners. It is something that we don't like to do. And on occasion, I think we have cleaned up maybe one or two in a run of a year, and I don't think it would, exceed $500 just to get somebody to go out there and pick it up. But
it still becomes a lien on the property.
it would become a lien on the property. If the landowner's not there or has been deceased, it becomes a lien on the property.
Right.
And then it forms part of the cost in a tax sale, and it is set up as a receivable for the municipalities. That's just how it's designed.
Unless there's a family member that gets that will probated or goes through probate somehow to make sure there's an owner to that property.
Yeah, if it doesn't go, if it doesn't pay in a tax sale, if they want a clean title without a lien, they have to pay that cost.
So there'd be very that the taxpayer would have to bear the cost of that. So that's why I took out $9,000, because it was just kind of money that could go somewhere else in the budget.
Yeah, which is true. But what I'm stating is, have we ever done it that way before? Like, I know that we have cleaned up sites. So now this year we're going to change it that it's a responsibility of whose ever land it's on, whether it's their garbage or not.
Never, just to be clear, that responsibility has never changed. It's always been that way. I think we've sympathized with property owners, and we've gone in and we've picked it up when we've been called. We don't get a lot of those, and there's just not a lot of them. And if there's a dangerous and unsightly property, then it goes through the whole dangerous and unsightly process. Mm-hmm. But yeah, we sympathize with the landowners, but unfortunately, the municipality is not responsible for somebody who illegally goes and damages somebody's property by dumping garbage on it. It's not something that we're responsible for, but we do sympathize with the landowners. And then on occasion, we've gone and picked up, if there were a couple of bags dumped illegally, we get a call and we go get them. It's not a huge expense.
Thank you. Councillor Gunn? Oh, Councillor McDonald, sorry. Where did you go? Councillor McDonald first, and then I'll come to Councillor Gunn. There he is. Councillor McDonald. Everybody keeps shuffling on the screen. You don't need it? Okay. All right. In that case, I'll go to Councillor Gunn.
There
we are. Oh, hang on, Councillor Gunn. You're muted again. There you go.
On the landline and the internet, that line 8041, it might be down on the next page. I might be ahead of you. But the landline, is that for the complete county?
Wait, what's the line? 84. Okay, that is the next page. So let's just finish this one off first. That's
telecommunications line 8041.
And that's Dawn.
Pardon me.
Okay, so let's move ahead in that case. I don't think there was anything more on that previous page. So let's move ahead so we're all on the same page. This is the page at the top that says information technology. Okay.
That's it.
There we are.
841. So that $80,500 is for our total bill for the county. And then the landline and internet for Bridgetown is a further $5,412 on top of that. Is that what I'm reading?
Is that right? Yes.
Yeah, so that's how that works. And remember a while ago, Timothy, you asked me, and it's a question, can we lower the amount for low-income tax relief if this hits us really hard next year?
Oh, that's always at council's discretion, I believe. You're saying, could we reduce the amount by which we offer low-income tax exemptions?
Yeah.
Council can always do that. Again, it's a discretionary decision of council. So if it became something that was enormously burdensome, we would have to look at it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we can do that if ever needed.
It's almost impossible to know how many people this affects. They're saying 30%, but you'd have no idea how many applications you're going to get.
No.
But we can assume we're going to get 30% more than we did this year, next year.
And that's going to cost us.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Any other further questions on this page, folks? Councillor LeBlanc?
I got two.
You got another one, Councillor again? No, okay. Councillor LeBlanc?
Okay, if we're looking at
Deputy Warden?
Common services down the bottom, administration building, and then on the salaries part, it says, on the side, it says C8110. Does that mean that number has been processed at the 8110, which is the what? Internet and staff support?
The building custodian in the Lawrencetown building retired as of March 31st.
Huh.
That's going to, so we took the salary out of there and it will become a contract. And that's showing down under 8110 on the next page.
On the next page. Oh, okay.
Yeah, because we're assuming that it'll be probably a $20,000 contract.
Great, thank you.
Okay, anything further? Oh, Deputy Warden?
Our strategic initiatives. So do we have them planned for this coming year?
Sorry, what page?
It's the page we were just on. The page, it starts off with information technology. And I believe that the Deputy Warden was looking at line 9463. It's an amount of $45,000.
Under the CAO?
Yep.
So that's generally what we've kept in there just for strategic initiatives, just to have a bit of a buffer there. And
right.
We pretty much spent all of that. Some of that is legal fees. There's a number of things that go in there. Yeah, some of it may have been legal fees for the internet.
If, like, for example, the carbon projects that we're working on, any of the consulting strategic initiatives associated with council's direction or resolution on decreasing greenhouse gases, this is part of the strategic plan. If there's something related to the internet, such as we needed to get legal opinion or an engineering opinion on something, I can take it from the strategic initiatives. It's all related to strategic directions that the municipality is going.
Okay.
And it's been in the budget, I think, the last 3 years or 4. If I'm not mistaken.
Anyway, so this page starts off with, it's still expenditures. Its first line is 6031 kilometric allowances. And that's from common services. Any question on this page, folks?
This is all of our buildings.
Yeah.
That are administration, the 3 administration buildings. And you'll see at the bottom, everything totals 4,089,800 or 89,800. Yeah. So that's everything we've just gone through totals $4 million.
Deputy Warden?
You keep flashing at me, Carol. Well, I see here, where is it? Oh, contract agreements for janitorial and snow removal. How come it's gone from 35 to 55?
It looks as though there's a new contract in place, according to the note. I'm not sure what that is.
So who cleans our buildings?
So you'll have to
I always
take Steve's mute off. Yeah.
Ah. There he is, Steve.
They're all done by contract now. As Holly noted just a couple of minutes ago, the custodial person in Lawrencetown has retired. So that's the increase in the 20,000 essentially for the Lawrencetown building. But all our buildings, the Annapolis building, the Bridgetown administration building, the library, and the Lawrencetown building are all cleaned by contract.
So how come we do not hire local to do that? I thought we did before.
Well, we hired this particular contractor is King's Janitorial. I know in at least the administration building in Annapolis, it's a local resident. They go out and hire their own staff. We put a tender out, and following the local tender policy in terms of those percentage reductions, they were the low bid.
Deputy Warden, is that anything further? Okay. Does anyone else have any further? Oh yes, Councillor Gunn.
Thank you. Yeah. So this number that $4,089,000 is a lot of money. That's the year's operation, is what I'm reading here, you know, for all these buildings. That seems like a little extreme.
No, that's not just buildings. That starts right from legislative, which is council, right
Okay.
down to everything we've looked at. So all general government services. So that's council.
So, but
that's
still,
in there.
what it's costing to operate all these buildings, and every time we turn around, we're dumping more money into these old buildings. You know, it's one more pitch for a new building in Annapolis County, because, you know, this is what we're keeping 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 buildings up and running, old buildings. You know, and now I read a note here today where we're looking to put $15,000 into new oil tanks in old buildings. So one more time, I would make a pitch that, my God, in the next year or so, a couple of years, we're going to have to think about a new building.
We can all work from home now. We've proven that.
And that's not going to last forever. But anyway,
But you wouldn't need a building this large, that's for sure.
Councillor, any further questions on this page, folks? There's none. Let's move on to the next. So the next page starts off with protective services.
So CMP increased by 2.62% this year.
Okay.
And we've given the fire departments a 1.7% increase. And they will also get a lift in their capital grant by 2.08%. That's the amount of percentage that our assessments increase by. And that's how we determine how much capital grant they get.
Any questions, folks?
And we've also put it 17,136 for workers' comp for the fire department, the firefighters, because we think we're going to have to, and maybe Cheryl can talk more to this.
Cheryl, do you want to add to that?
Certainly. The province has put into place that municipalities will be providing workers' comp for the firefighters. But this is supposed to come into effect in October. We are still searching out a little more information to totally understand how it works. But they have advised us that based on what our numbers, which I can only do what our numbers were during our last registration, that's approximately what it comes out to, around 17,000. And that's going to be an ongoing every year now.
Okay, thank you. Further questions this page, folks? All right, let's move on in that case to the next, which starts off with line 6170, promotion. And that's connected to Remo, of course. Anything on this page? All right, in that case, I'll ask, next we'll move on to the next. The next is just one of these short little bits. It's just the last 3 items from the previous page from animal control.
Councillor
Anything there? Councillor Leblanc?
Well, you went past the page. I haven't
okay.
Done the same thing. Well, I've seen this through a couple of things, and it's number animal control 6470. Okay, I will understand this one because it's $900 to get rid of whatever waste of some kind. But I've seen them all the way through. There are charges. If there are charges that just will go to every single building. And sorry.
Yes, because Valley Waste charges us for any of the waste that they pick up from any of our buildings or facilities.
Valley Waste is picking up from that building?
Right.
Huh.
From all our buildings and facilities.
Pardon me?
They're picking up waste from all of our facilities and buildings.
Yeah.
I'm seeing a head shaking.
I didn't know that.
It's,
I can explain.
I don't
Or
believe
not,
it's Valley Waste. I believe
it's not Valley Waste, it's EFR.
EFR.
Yeah.
There we are. Okay,
Oh,
that's better.
okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. It got cleared up. Okay, and that one, I don't know if it's up here, but what happens to our old animal?
Oh, the old facility?
Yes.
The little Quonset hut. Do we have any plans for that building right now? Stephen?
Well, given that the fire department building, the old fire department building in Bridgetown, which we use for storage and the community uses for storage, there's some reuse opportunities there for that particular building. But I think we've got to get an inventory on all our storage building and our storage needs. Currently the old fire hall building in Bridgetown, you can't even enter it without a suit on because of the mold issue. So it's going to be an ongoing issue, but certainly we can reuse that the building. But it's just the north end of that building, the south end of the building, the Quonset side, already has materials in it. That one of the old, purchased pallet burners are in there. I think for a while we had some compost bins, but they've moved up to the transfer site now. So that end of the building, I think, has limited possibilities in terms of additional storage, but there's also mold issues in that building too, in that side of the building.
Councillor Gunn?
If I can interrupt here for a second, what page
Thank
are
you.
we on?
We are.
Just kicked
If somebody,
17.
17. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Air running through old buildings sure prevents a lot of mold. And if you bunch these old buildings and keep them tight, you're going to have mold. And I suspect that's half the problem with the old fire station in Bridgetown. And it's soon going to be with the big Quonset hut. If those buildings are left closed up, no air going through them, you're going to get mold. Thank you.
thank you. All right. Anything further on this page, folks? Let's move on in that case to E18.
So the total cost of protective services is 4.9 million. 4,955,086.
Okay. Questions on this page? There's just 3 items here. All right, let's move on in that case to E19, transportation services. Deputy Warden. And then Councillor Sheridan.
Okay. 7,500 under transportation services. I see that we haven't allotted any budget for vehicle and equipment maintenance, so we're not going to maintain our vehicles.
No, I think that's a duplication in those GL numbers. 7,100, I'm pretty sure it's here somewhere else. It's just a duplication. Because 7,100 just above that says maintenance tools and equipment. It would be in there. So actually I should just take that whole line item out of there. That 7,500 should just come out.
Okay.
Right. Thank you.
Budgeted under
Deputy Warden.
And as I've looked through, I've noticed that our insurances have gone up.
Or what, sorry?
Insurances.
Our insurances on, yeah.
Yeah, probably 10%.
So have we ever thought about putting that out to tender?
I'm not sure it would make any difference, but we certainly could. A number of municipalities, we're with McDonald Chisholm right now, and a number of municipalities have come back to McDonald Chisholm after putting out their tender. Insurance is really up this year. It's just gone through the roof. Yeah, probably by 10%, if not more.
I think more. But
Yeah.
ultimately, yeah, it's an industry matter.
Okay, Councillor Sheridan.
Just the very top one, just a quick question on line 6,000. It decreased 24,000 on a salary. Just wondering how come?
Stephen?
Just we look at our salary expenses and where our personnel have spent time, and we either reallocate the wages to another cost center. And those numbers will fluctuate from year to year to year, but we try to narrow the gap every time we make a budget. But that all depends, because we have so few staff, and I'm not complaining about that, just that when we take on an activity because of circumstances, it really affects the budget. You can move a lot of personnel money over one particular function, but just try and smooth out those bumps, and as we narrow down our budgets from year to year to year, we reallocate the staffing to other functions. It's not that we've got a decrease in staff; it's the same staff working at a different area.
Perfect, thank you.
Or it's based on a timesheet, right? So it's kind of difficult to budget, but when the timesheets actually come in, like last year we budgeted 131 in this area, only 89,000 was actually put on timesheets.
It was just like a red flag went off. It was just like a large number, so I just
Yeah, so it might be down here, but in another areas, we go on further in the budget, it might be.
Gotcha, thank you.
Anything else on this page? Well, Albert, are you wanting to speak? No? Okay. Anything further on this page, folks? All right, let's move on to E20. Starting with Bridgetown. Any questions here? Councillor Sheridan.
8080, the streetlights, and just because I was comparing Q3 to this budget, there's a difference of $10,000 there, Holly. Streetlights last budget on the Q3 was 63,000, and on the same budget line, it's only 53,000. And the only reason I asked is because it's a $10,000 difference.
Q3?
Yeah.
So is it on page E9 of Q3?
Yes, it is.
And 8080?
2019, 8080, it's the 63,461. So it makes a difference at the bottom total as well. The bottom total on Q3 is 367.
Okay.
It's 357 on this budget, so it's a $10,000 difference there.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for picking that up.
Stephen?
The only thing that might have been affecting the third quarter budget is that we had to repair some streetlights. Maybe we charged the initial repair to the operating budget, but then we journal it out to the capital reserve for streetlights. It's the only thing I can think of digging in a little further.
The gap's exactly 10,000 though, right?
That's
63,461. So one of these two is probably a keystroke error.
That's a typo. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So it's supposed to be 367 is the Holly, or
it's supposed to be 63,461. Yeah.
Okay, so it's just an extra 10,000. So that's going to affect your budget by 10,000.
That was last year though, 1920, right?
Right. Well, the one we're just going through now at the end of the year, like, because I haven't seen we haven't gone over Q3 yet, and then we haven't seen Q4 yet, so it will affect the end of the year budget.
Well, no, that's just the budget figure. It's not the actual.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
The actual is 46,000.
All right. Any further questions on this page, folks? All right, let's go on in that case to E21, which starts off with environmental health services. Any questions here? Councillor Gunn. There you are.
Thank you. I'm trying to find out where the devil we're at here. Yeah.
We're on page...
Wendy's. I went to Wendy's line 880 and tried to follow that whole conversation along with the figures that she was putting out there, and had an absolute impossible time because my figures are different than what she was talking.
880 was on page E20.
That's
that
right,
was,
yeah.
And that was on the first paragraph under street lights
That's
from
right,
Bridgetown
880.
streets. Yeah,
And I have, and I'm trying to find this $10,000 difference.
If you look at line 880 street lights, yours will say, if yours is the same as mine, it says $53,461.
Last year, yeah, 19.
Yeah. But what Councillor Sheridan was suggesting was that in Q3 it has a different figure there. It's off by it's 63,461, and Holly believes that what we have here is a typo. That first 5 should be a 6.
Okay, could you explain to me where you're talking about Q3?
That's the report that was, I think, on February Council or Committee of the Whole.
John?
Yeah, when Wendy's looking at the third quarter report, and you may
Okay.
not have it in front of you, and she's
That I
comparing
don't.
that to this.
Okay, thank you. Now I know where she's coming from. Thank you.
Okay. So let's go back over to
Two different things.
She's juggling 2 sets of numbers. Yeah.
Oh, I find out. Yeah.
So let's go back over to E21. Do we have any questions at this page?
So these are the costs that will get recovered with the sewer rates. So the 1.1 million that's be billed for sewer will cover these costs.
Let's go on to E22 then.
Can I just ask a quick question
yes.
in regards
Please.
to the sewer? Are they being deferred, the sewer tax or the sewer bills? Are they being deferred
Councillor
to
Bell?
people?
The sewer bills will probably go out this week, if not next. But they're not due until May 31st. But again, we're a month behind putting interest on, so interest won't go on those if they haven't.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor LeBlanc?
Okay, we are E21, correct?
That's correct. No, to E22.
E21.
Confusing
I
you?
thought we should have been on E22, I thought.
Okay.
Oh, no, that's right. No, we're E21.
One was saying one thing and the other was saying something else.
Sorry, it is E21. My apologies.
Too many
All
numbers.
right. Okay, I'm good now. Good.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions on E21? If not, then let's move to E22.
And this is Bridgetown sewer. Again, it's recovered through their sewer billing. And their sewer and water is combined, not like the Annapolis County. So.
Any questions here, folks? Okay, let's go ahead in that case to E23, which brings us to solid waste resource management. Any questions on this page, folks? Councillor Sheridan, and then the Deputy Warden. Councillor Sheridan? Let's see. Oh, working on it, sorry.
Here we go. Okay, I've just got a note written on the side. Line 8100. I don't know why I have that in there. Just give me 1 minute. I had my notes here and then I've been going through so many pieces of paper. Okay, forget me and go on to somebody else and I'll look for my question.
Sure, okay.
I have a pile of papers here.
Any other questions this page, folks?
So at the bottom of that, there's public health services. That's the amount that the province will send with the regional housing authority based on their deficits, probably mostly for capital work. So I'm projecting 93,000. I don't know if that's enough. We won't know until we get that bill, which will likely be sometime this month, hopefully.
Go to the Deputy Warden and then to Councillor McNeil, Deputy Warden.
But we are required to cover their deficits for a lot of the seniors housing units that are in Annapolis County.
So we'll go to Deputy Warden, then Councillor McNeil, and then Councillor LeBlanc. Deputy Warden, and then Councillor Gunn.
So on this page, I feel that I should have a breakdown of this page.
Yeah, I think Janice has that. She has a copy of the breakdown of this.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now let's go over to Councillor McNeil.
Yeah, I'm looking at that too, and I see curbside collection, compost service, recycles, and landfill, and there's nothing in there.
So you want a breakdown of the actual or a breakdown of the new budget?
Well, I mean, what you're talking, $2,222,945. What is the curbside collection? What's that contract worth? What is the rest of it? You know, is curbside collection included in that?
Yes.
John's nodding.
That's everything. Yeah. I can give you the down.
3 million.
Those would be nice to know. I mean, wow. Oh.
Okay. Anything further, Councillor McNeil?
Well,
We'll try to get that. We'll try to get that breakdown.
yeah, I mean, I'm looking at here, it says budget increase to 50,000 on the outside of that one. But
you'd like to be able to see the whys and the wherefores.
In here, it's saying the deficit of $648,094.
So curbside collection right now is at 1.5 million.
No, curbside collection, recall our contract is for 5 years. We're now going into our 3rd year, and I believe the budget is 674,000. Folks may recall me mentioning that not too long ago. And then I spoke of the transfer facility operations and what we forecast that to be. We're still getting some quotes on the leasing of a loader, to the hiring of 2 people, and then we have the transportation from the transfer site. Those are going out for quotes. As I said earlier, we believe it's all within budget. We're quite confident it's all within budget. You also note that we said that it was more cost effective for us to build a transfer facility, because if you see that deficit of $648,000, that's because we're transporting from curbside to the end site without a transfer facility. It's imperative that we have a transfer facility, as everybody knows, and everybody has voted for. And that's how it's coming up in our budget. But we're not going to see a deficit overall in our operations, because we were forecasting and we went very lean on other services to make sure we could handle this. So we are where we are. And the new budget, which includes the Bridgetown portion, is 1.719. County's portion is 1.624. And we think it's a very, we've kept our operations, our core operations within a budget process. The one thing we didn't have control over was curbside to end site because we weren't permitted to use the Western Transfer Station. It caused significant financial cost and damage to the county. We've been able to navigate through that. And with the operation of our transfer facility, we'll be well within budget.
All right. Councillor LeBlanc.
Well, are we going to get a breakdown? Because or are we going to continue on this one? Because my question is an explanation for 9610 Regional Housing Authority. I think she explained it, but I kind of missed something there going from 46,509 to 58,000.
Holly, could you respond to that?
Yeah. So the regional housing authorities are all of the seniors complex in Annapolis County, and we are required to cover their deficits at year end. And they'll probably send us that figure, and we just don't know what it is right now. Last year it was 84,000.
Was how much?
84,000 last year. So we really don't know what that is until on their capital costs. It could be more, it could be less.
Diane, if you take a look where it says at the very bottom, on the bottom left, it says 84,000.
Where? All right.
Okay. And then the
Yes.
projected was based on the fact that we would have received something from last year telling us that we were in a deficit position on that payment by about 8,800.
I see
That's
that.
why.
Yeah.
So Holly's taken a little bit of a guesstimate on what she thinks the budget would be. And so she's chosen 95,885.
Okay, now I do understand that, but that certainly, I guess I didn't know we were putting, for somehow I kind of missed the fact that we were putting that much into their deficit. Not that I mean anything by that, but it's just, I didn't realize it'd be 84, blah, blah, blah. Okay, thank you for the explanation, both of you.
Thank you. Councillor Gunn.
Thank you. I think I'm muted.
You think you're good?
Thank you. So I want to go back to here, and I probably only just needs to be explained to me, and maybe you have before. At line 6470 and 6200, we have Bridgetown tipping fees and Bridgetown waste collection. Now, is Bridgetown not part of Annapolis County?
What we've done is that because they have a different budget than us, that's typically we've carried their costs from when they dissolved, and that's for that population in Bridgetown area that are county residents. That's their portion of the expense. It's the only way it could be done, Michael.
Why is that, John? I don't quite understand it, but anyway.
Okay, well, I'll explain it very quickly. The county's rate is just a little over $1.
Yep.
Okay. Bridgetown has 3 rates. They have the county's rate, they have a community rate, and they have an area rate.
Mm-hmm.
It totals $212, I believe. It used to be $214. When we dissolved, when they dissolved, we reduced it by 2 cents. If they simply went by the county's tax rate, they would only have half a budget. So in the dissolution process, and what the UARB approved was that these different rates to cover the expenses by Bridgetown, and in it they identified specific services that would be paid for based on that percentage. And the cost of Bridgetown was always paid by Bridgetown previously, so we captured it in this way by adopting their old format of taxes, still gave them a bit of a tax break, not a huge one, but gave them a bit of one, and then they've paid for that service out of that budget that was created and approved by the UARB.
Okay, I guess I'll accept that. So now I got a follow-up question here. So in the western site at Valley Waste, Valley Waystones that we try to expropriate and buy and one thing and another. So can they still use that once we have our hours up and running, or can we stop them from using that?
You mean, could we create a flow bylaw?
Yeah, didn't we create a flow bylaw? And
We have a flow by, we haven't stopped them. We didn't want to do that.
Oh.
But we have the full ability to stop anything from going to that site by a flow bylaw.
By virtue of bylaw. So we can't stop that.
We have a flow bylaw that could be put in place that if they didn't follow it, they would be fined or something of that nature, but we said that we wouldn't do that.
Anyway, okay, thank you.
All right, thanks. Anything further on this page, folks? Let's move on in that case to E24, which continues the environmental planning and zoning. Any questions? Deputy Warden?
Well, I see here under, I don't see where it's included in that budget to do our zoning for the county.
No.
Holly? I confess this was one spot where I was sort of anticipating seeing some big jumps, but of course, even the province's timeline by which they're going to require us to implement the minimum planning standards, that timeline may change because, of course, municipalities are really roughly ground to a halt right now. But I was thinking we'd see a jump in this as well because that process is quite an expensive one, I believe.
Right. Yeah, I couldn't find any money in the budget to do that.
Understood.
That's going to include a tax.
Well, I thought we were mandated.
It has to be in by December 31st, 2022, right? So next year's budget's going to have it in there, and it'll be tax rate increase, or else the service has to be cut.
And it's in it.
I'm not sure what the cost will be, but I'm assuming at least 50,000.
We'll have to have a municipal planning strategy for the whole county, but it doesn't necessarily implement the zoning and land use bylaws per se. They also have to be created subsequent to having the municipal planning strategy. And so this is preliminary work leading to that. But what it does is puts the municipality in a position where communication from the citizens on what they want is recognized in the municipal planning strategy in a good faith move forward. The province is making this mandatory for all municipalities. We anticipate increased costs. We would say that it's too much for any one municipal planner to accomplish. So we will be looking at hiring people in the future, most likely, but we didn't want to add extra pressure to the budget. And as you noticed, if you read the two cover page letters of all the different tax pressures that we have this year, and they're significant, we've not increased the tax rate, but there will be tremendous pressure next year to increase the tax rate.
Well, and that is why I was looking at that, is because why would we leave everything for a tax increase next year? Why would we not try to level the playing field this year and next year instead of making a big tax hike next year? Why would we not try to level it?
Well, in this particular case, that's totally up to council. You can make a resolution to increase the tax rate, and we would adjust the budget. This is just a draft budget. Everybody was told through just discussions from everybody else, I hope there's no tax increase. So we try to keep our budget as tight as possible, but we're being truthful. There will be pressures next year, and if council wants a tax rate increase this year, you can make that resolution to do so. You can go back to the first page, and there's several items that you could add to the budget that aren't going in.
But we don't, not necessarily have to have a tax increase if council decides to cut services.
Yes, that's as well. You can also make a motion to cut services. We're not here to say that this draft budget's written in stone. If you think there's other services here that you want to cut out of the base budget, then you can make a resolution to do that.
But that's what I was trying to explain at the beginning of this whole thing, is the things that we are not going to be able to do this year, that there has been allotted money for, which would be extra money in the end. Why would we not try to level that out and take that money now and put it on the things that we have pressures with on our budget to try and level it out?
That's a great question. Ultimately, we don't know when we'll be back to full operation. It could be 3 months, it could be 6 months, it could be a year. Money that we don't spend will be kept in a reserve. But ultimately, your base budget is something that you do not want to vary from too much, because if you say, for example, you say you decrease the tax this year, and then next year you have to increase the taxes. So it's certainly in your purview. We've given you what we believe are core services. There's some services that are not going to be operating by probably August, but it's difficult for us to really figure out what money will be needed or what won't be needed. It's not, we don't have a crystal ball as it relates to the COVID-19 and the duration of it. That's our problem.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Gunn, then Councillor LeBlanc, then Councillor Fowler, then Councillor Hammond. Councillor Gunn, you're good? Let's go to Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. If we look at the research and planning, we have salaries at 6,000, and the salaries have gone up. What concerns me is the benefits. It's 6,010. That benefit seems to have decreased.
I'm not sure where you are.
As benefits, because
line 6,000 and 6,010, those are the lines of salary for research and planning, and then benefits for research and planning.
yeah, and how can what first of all, maybe I should know what the benefits mean, and secondly, because if I'm thinking of the benefits that I'm thinking, how could that benefit be decreased when the salary is going up?
Yeah, I'm thinking that maybe it was correct last year. We were using about 21% across the board for benefits, which is pension, Canada pension, all those things. Don, I don't know if you, I just know what we spent last year, and maybe that's not enough. In that case, it depends on one's salary, right? And how much.
Well, yes, that's the point. That's why I couldn't see if the salaries are going up.
But it depends on which percentage the employee has chosen to put into their pension.
True.
I think they have 6, 7, 8. They have, yeah. So we're using 21% across the board just to make it easier, but some may be more, some may be less, because of depending on which employees chose which percentage.
So obviously what you're saying maybe is that in this department you figured it out and it would be less, or you just kind of use that 21%.
Yeah, I just used 21%. And Albert, I don't know if you can weigh in on this.
Oh, Don is ready to say
Don's
something.
waving a hand to speak. Don?
So there's umpteen different combinations. It's like recipes for different kinds of bread. You've got different types of employees in different service groups. We really only have the ability to take what we think is our best guess as far as an across the board percentage. 21% is high in some service groups. It's a little on the low side in other service groups. We have changes in the types of employees that go through the organization in the run of a year. You throw in term employees, part-time employees, you change people from part-time to full-time. They become eligible for different benefits. Some employees come with benefits that they have other places already. So we did find that our benefits were a little high, on the high side this year because of the recipe that came together. We had a lot of new hires, for example, and that impacted it. So we were a bit on the high side. I don't think that it will be on the high side this year. I think it'll be a little on the low side because, for example, we've relatively significant increase for the premiums for healthcare, 10% kicking in May. So it's a guess. Benefits are, of all the things in the budget, and there's many that You try and weigh the factors and make your best guess. Benefits is definitely one of those, but I think we're going to be more accurate this year than we were last year.
Because even my projection, I'm not sure that's correct. I'm saying 65,000, but I'm thinking it's going to be less than that. It's just that with Cindy being out, I think that those journal entries and things are just behind. We're still waiting for Kate to get caught up there too. So I just used 65, but it's probably more like the 6410, 710.
Yeah.
Okay. I kind of get some concerned when you decrease, that number is decreased by 1,100 plus.
Yeah.
Because to me, it's like better.
Well, we're using 21. We use 21% of the 308,000. 300,000. So it should be correct.
It should.
But the difference is $1,129.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for the explanation.
And it tends to balance out across the organization rather than individual service groups, because we're doing a forecast to say what's our best guess for every single type of employee that we're going to.
I understand what you're saying.
Because a new employee could come in and maybe only want to contribute 7% to their pension.
Yeah. Not need medical, not need dental.
Exactly.
That's right. Yeah.
Gotcha. I understand. Thank you.
Councillor Fowler.
Yeah, I'm a councillor for Annapolis County. I'm not a councillor for the province of Nova Scotia. If the province wants land use planning, they should be paying for it. And anyway, and I will not be supporting any budget this year for that reason, if it goes through. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Councillor Fowler, I'm just trying to understand the implications of your statement. You're saying that if there's any money in the budget for planning, that you won't support the budget?
Yes, that's true.
We have a planning department that we have to fund every year.
Yeah,
you're meaning if we're allocating special funds for the provincial requirements for minimum planning standards, if that's what you meant, we haven't added additional funds for that in this budget. They're not there.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that was the discussion. Because there's been pressures in the budget, it was decided, and because we have until the end of the year of 2022, it was decided those other pressures meant it was wise to defer this particular thing, which has a measure of discretion to it, to the following year.
Okay. Now.
Anything further, Councillor Fowler?
No.
Good. Okay. Councillor Henning.
Thank you. One thing that I have to keep in mind as I go through this budget, at this point, I don't see any better way to do it. Mainly because to think that if we're just going to move stuff around this year, because when this pandemic is over, and whether it's 1 month or 2 months or 6 months, that we'll go back to this whatever normal was. My guess is that next year this budget will look absolutely different categories. It'll same as with land use. Land use, the thinking around land use now is going to be incredibly different because it's going to be based on energy and food security. Everything will change. So I think, the best we can hope for is come together with a realistic guess on how we do this and be prepared next year or the year after to have a budget and a municipality that looks totally different than what it does now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henning. All right, further questions at this page, folks? If not, let's move on in that case to E25. Just a few outliners.
I just feel that we need to proceed as if we are going to have Canada Day. And if you move that money out of there and then you have to tell the residents, no, we're not going to have Canada Day, what kind of implications are they? But because we could be fine by July 1st.
Councillor LeBlanc?
Gordon, I'm having trouble with the muting and unmuting.
Okay.
So if counselors could be trusted just to unmute themselves and then remute when they're done, that would be excellent.
Okay, terrific. Councillor LeBlanc?
I was just going to say we lost Birch. And I see Birch.
I know.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, well, Bob Bell and this high speed ain't worth the powder that you know what. What page are we on?
We're on page E25.
Okay, I'll try to catch up.
So total mental development services, 488,311. And those numbers, you'll see them on your summary page, the very first page. Those come into the summary page.
Thank you.
Confirming the $19 million budget.
All right, let's go on in that case to E26, which is recreational and cultural services. Question, Deputy Warden.
And I will say it again. I mean, I believe that we should be lightening the pressures on our budget, not just for this year, but maybe for next year. And if there's any money in these budgets that can be forwarded to somewhere else to lighten the load, I think it should be done. That's my opinion.
Thank you.
Thank
Other
you.
comments or questions? Councillor Morrison.
Thank you. With regard to 9620, Annapolis Valley Regional Library, I believe the Chief Administrative Officer received a letter from the board and CEO of the Annapolis Valley Regional Library and talking about the funding formula, which has been delayed for 2 years because of, it's been delayed for 2 years by the province, and asking Annapolis County to contribute this year as if the increases that were supposed to come in this year are being put over to next year. So asking the county if it would be so kind in order to improve library services and hire a few more staff and stay open for hours to put that new revised amount in the budget. And I must admit, I don't have the paper here to tell you what that is.
I think it was 120, I think 120,000. And again, I wasn't able to find additional 7,000 there.
That request did come through to council in correspondence at our last official council meeting, and I believe by resolution of council was referred to this process, referred to the budgeting process. So I know that staff did take that into account as they were looking at this. The issue, I think, was the pressure on our budget, which leaves it so finely balanced. Thank you, Councillor Morrison. Okay, further questions on this page? Councillor Sheridan.
So just regarding summer salaries and wages, like we don't know where anything is going to be open or anything. So is there a cutoff time? I know they have to put out ads and things for summer staff. So what are we looking at have we even determined a cutoff time that we have to start dealing with that?
I see Dawn's hand up. Dawn, do you want to respond to that?
So we have been running the ads as we usually would, preparing for if things are possible. The deadline for applications, I don't think has come up yet. I'd have to check that, but we've been advertising as we would normally, that everything was normal and everything was going to operate normally. Whether we pursue arranging interviews or starting to prepare the site, my understanding, none of that has been done yet. So we're sort of in that ground where we thought we were safest, which was doing the groundwork, but not the actual building work, if that makes sense.
Must be very difficult for staff to do this. Like, I appreciate everything that you guys do under the circumstances. It's difficult.
Thank you, Councillor. Further questions to this page? John?
Yeah, just, I was thinking it might be a useful exercise for us going into this new year is in our quarterly financials, let's compare our quarterly financials expenses from last year to this year to give us an idea of either where we're underspent or overspent. And it could also allow us to make some one-time decisions that may not get captured in a base budget. So let's say we go through the summer and we end up not spending any money on operational expenses, then at the end of that quarter, we could take a look at what we have. Council can always make a one-time decision, transfer money to the reserve, or do something of that nature, and really take a quarterly approach to how we move through into this next year. And that may give us a little bit of a better idea. What it really is really it's the same thing as the budget is underspent going into this year based on a lot of down tools because of COVID-19. It would end up in the reserve anyway. There's nothing preventing us from any time from putting money into the reserve each quarter and taking it out. We have to vote on it in open session. That's the only real matter that has to take place. So I think there's a means to accomplish what we want as we go in quarter to quarter next year to see where we are. And I would recommend that we do that.
That makes a lot of sense as we're moving this forward. A budgeting process which you engage in is always a game of predictions, and when things are reasonably stable year after year, those predictions can be closer to where you'd like to be. But we're in uncharted territory for this, and having an opportunity to reevaluate and potentially course correct quarterly probably makes a lot of sense.
I agree. I think that makes a lot of sense, John. Thank you.
Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Gunn, could you mute your feed, please?
Yes.
Thanks. Councillor
So
LeBlanc?
having said that, John, do we have to make a motion to remind us we have to do this? Because we tend to forget what we're supposed to do.
Yeah, I would say first determine what you're going to do on the budget here, and then ultimately say just we'd like the following practice to ensue. At the end of each quarter, we're going to compare where we were last year to this year and determine how much money may be available for some of the initiatives that were captured in your first 2 pages that we won't be doing, and maybe we won't be able to do them on a one-time basis.
So is Carolyn doing up some kind of proposal or motion?
So what we can do is at the end of this meeting, when there'll be a motion to recommend this budget to council, and
Yes.
what committee of the whole chooses to do with that, of course, up to committee of the whole. But following that, a councillor could make a motion that our budget, that due to the unusual circumstances of the COVID-19 pandemic, that we should evaluate our budget quarterly this year, comparing it to the figures from the previous year to see if we might need to make some one-time corrections.
Perfect. Carolyn.
We'll figure it out when we have to make the resolution.
Perfect.
Sure. All right. Anything further on this page?
Kicked off again. I get kicked off again. Where are we?
Oh, okay. So Bert, we were just going over some of the anomalies that we may face. So we may have a budget area that may not get used, for example, because we may not open a beach, or we may not do some operational matters in a specific budget item. So
we're on page 26.
What I suggest that we do, what I suggested that we would do is take a look at our last year's budget each quarter and compare where we are from this year to last year, and whether we're up or down as it relates to expenses. And if we're down in expenses, then we could transfer at that time, if council wanted to transfer some money to a reserve, or take a look at the first 2 sheets of paper in Holly's report to us, and some of the items that we're not funding in the budget, and we may be able to make those one-time decisions on those items that we didn't put in the core budget, but review it quarterly. That's basically what we spoke about. Is that fair?
Yes, that's fair. All right. Anything further on this page, folks? Yes, Councillor Gunn.
One more question here on Bridgetown, and you'll always hear me this until I actually get it straightened out. We have Bridgetown with this, and this is in recreational services, and we go. I see Bridgetown. Now, does that come out of their rate, or does that come out of the county's rate? We have all kinds of things in here on Bridgetown.
Yeah, anything that you see highlighted is being funded from that community rate, which is in addition to the tax rate that they pay.
Anything else? Let's go on in that case to page E27, which continues with more of the same. Any questions here, folks? Deputy Warden?
Well, and that's the same way with this. I mean, Ravenhaven's up in the air right now. We don't know. We've got a budget here for Ravenhaven of $97,804. And if that doesn't go, I mean, it will, yes, and I understand it goes into reserves, but that's at the end of the year. And these requests have been brought to us for this year, not at the end of this year. That's my only concern.
But let's say you decide that you want to give money to the Middleton Clinic or whatever, we can still do that and not really affect the budget. It's just being used, we'd be using a different section of that budget to pay for it. So if we don't spend $97,000 for Ravenhaven, then we can do some of the other initiatives that weren't put in this budget within the year.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. I mean, to me, maintenance and things like that could possibly be done using the health protocol. I don't see anything wrong with doing that and cleaning up the yard and mowing the lawns and stuff like that have to be done.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. We don't know how much until the end of the year that is left over in that budget that we might be able to sponsor one of the initiatives that was on the front page.
Well, that's why John suggested that we commit ourselves to a quarterly reevaluation in order to permit council to make some one-time decisions if it turns out that we're underspent in certain areas and there's certain initiatives we don't want until the end of the year. That was the whole point of that discussion.
No, and I understand that too, but we haven't passed the third and fourth quarter of last year's.
Well, pretty soon whether we're going to, Ravenhaven is going to be open or if we'll incur those costs. So on the first line of Ravenhaven, you have your parks and trail staff who would and clean up. The rest of it is basically whether it opens or not.
Right, I understand that.
So there's $90,000 there. Yeah.
Don, did you want to speak to that?
I just wanted to kind of say reiterate one of the things I think John was trying to get across, and that is, no, we don't know if Ravenhaven's going to operate, but we don't know that Ravenhaven's not going to operate. And by leaving this in and doing your quarterly review, it provides you with the dexterity to do options that might be partial options, for example. So you might want Ravenhaven to at least open as a public beach. And there would be costs associated with that, but it wouldn't be the full cost as if we were running a campground kind of thing. If you make decisions now that might be premature, you might alleviate some of the opportunities to have the dexterity to do out of the box and creative solutions for some of the things that ultimately you have to decide.
Thank you. Councillor LeBlanc?
Basically, what we're saying is in 3 months from now, we can go back and say, okay, we haven't used this money. We can use it somewhere else.
Right.
That's basically the bottom line.
Yeah, because we should know what, so by June, July, we should know certainly more than what we know today.
Exactly. Thank you.
Anything further on E27? Oh, Councillor McDowell. No, Councillor McDonald's already spoken. Councillor, who's speaking? That's Councillor McDonald. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor McDonald.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ferguson, when you said we could revisit this maybe quarterly or something, I mean, I love that flexibility in this time of unknown as much as everybody else, I'm sure. A ballpark timeline, like this is the middle of April. When can we revisit this again? When do you think for flexibility? Like 3 months or?
Yeah, well, it would be July, 4 months from now. So quarterly is, sorry, every 3 months would be quarterly, would be June.
Yeah, well, July, I'd have the quarterly report complete.
We'd probably report on it in July because then we'd have the full 3 months in.
Yeah.
And then we'd also have a little bit of a half a crystal ball to determine whether or not we're opening for the summer.
That's right, and we'd know where the province is or closer to where they are.
So at that point in time, I would direct our council back to our first 2 pages of our budget that we're not, some of the things that we're not doing, and saying, look, what would you like to do? We have this amount of money. Or do you want to put it in reserve? It's totally up to council, but I want to give you as much flexibility without abandoning a baseline budget.
I love that flexibility. I'll get off the floor here and wait for the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Any further questions on page E28? No, yes, we are on it's still on E27, sorry. Anything further on E27?
Yeah, I
John?
had a question here.
Oh, yes, Councillor McNeil.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good to go.
Okay. Now, are we saying we are going to do this quarterly, or we could do it quarterly? What are we saying?
What I'm suggesting is that when we finish doing this, we should have a motion about it and commit ourselves to doing this quarterly.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Let's move on in that case to E28. Deputy Warden.
Where am I? $8110 at the bottom. The deficit for the Y. I thought a while, years back, did we not decrease their deficit? We asked them to decrease it so much every year.
We did.
And now it's back up to over what it was.
195 last year. Yeah. Or that's what I'm projecting for year end.
Yeah, we did. And the YMCA was, for the first either 2 or 3 years, managed to accommodate the reductions that we had requested. Right. They began to bump up against some limits, their ability to do that. And of course, this past year, with all the closures of the Y, which caused a lot of people chose to defer their memberships, which means that revenue stopped moving into the YMCA, which increased their deficit. So they were dealing with some very difficult circumstances last year, and their deficit simply wound up a lot higher than they anticipated it was going to be.
It should also be stated that Councillor Roberts, Deputy Warden Roberts is correct that was the budget we approved.
Yeah.
But in the agreement, even if they don't make that budget we approve, we're still responsible for the deficit. That's right. That's the arrangement that we're in.
So I have one more question.
Please go ahead.
So when was the last time we reviewed that agreement?
I think it was 1.5 years ago we brought it in. We particularly brought it in to go over the clauses that said what happens if they become 5% off their budget figures. And all the agreement does is forces us to get together and to come up with an mutually agreed upon plan, but it doesn't alleviate us from the deficit obligation. That's what we determined the last time we looked at the agreement. And we can make that available for people. It's pretty clear in the agreement that that's how it was set up. Again, I think that agreement was set up before most of us were here. And,
No, I was here.
and the need for it, I think, really came down from was that it's a public facility. Bottom line.
All right. Further questions on this page, folks? Councillor McNeil.
I have one here.
Go right
Yeah.
ahead.
The electricity for that building.
That's 7010.
Yes, 7010, yeah.
Yeah, that's to heat.
Yeah, I understand that, but how's that divided to the tenants?
The only.
What do the tenants pay?
The tenants do not pay. The only YMCA pays a percentage of that based on square footage. The other tenants pay lease payment based on that everything's lumped in. It's all part of that one lease.
So that's their,
month.
That had to do with
so
the
that's their is that what their contracts are worth? Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
Like the store, the grocery store.
The grocery store, yeah, it's their rent payment includes their utilities.
I think, Councillor McNeil, that part of the difficulty in charging the exact electricity bills had to do with how the building was wired, and the difficulty of actually getting separate independent meters for each individual space.
No, I understand that, but I understand that. But what I'm asking, or what I'm saying is, is the Y paying the total electric bill, or is the county paying part of that bill?
Y's paying a percentage based on their square footage, so they're paying the entire amount. No.
No, so I mean, so that this is just the Y, right? That's not the whole Basin View Center. That 175,000.
175,000 is the entire Basin View Center.
Okay.
The whole power
bill. All right. So the Y pays what?
I think
what is considered
on the revenue page, on page R1, under that 5403, that's the 155,000. That's so of the 175.
Yeah.
It's 55,000 that YMCA.
55.
155,000 the YMCA would pay of the utilities. So the utilities are the 109,700 plus the 175,200 for electricity, and of that total, those total amounts, the YMCA would pay 155,000 of that. The difference would be at the cost to the taxpayer. So
is that 22? Is that 22,650, Holly? Or is that's an increase?
That's an increase.
Yeah. Okay.
So the 109,700 and 175 total 282,000. Of that 282,000, the YMCA pays 155,000. That's what we would do.
So then the county's paying the rest of electricity.
Right.
County's responsible for any deficit.
No, I understand that, but John, in those contracts with the grocery store, is part of that contract considering any of this electricity?
It's in the rental fee. They pay a total rental fee, and the electricity is included.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Let's go on in that case to T30. So now we're on to transfers to and from reserves and agencies.
So yeah, so 53% we charge YMCA for the utility costs.
Was that 53%?
53%, yeah.
Thank you, Holly.
That's in the agreement.
Any questions on the transfer page, folks?
You'll see I put 88,000 in for the election to be paid from operating reserve.
Okay. If there's nothing, then let's move on in that case to T30. That's the end. Final comments, Councillor Sheridan.
I'm just going back to the very beginning, the very first few sheets in Holly's report. And in regards to on the last page of her report there, line item 9440, transfer to culture and recreation reserve of 55,000. It was removed and increased the waste budget. So I guess, so that has already been done, or is that going to be done in this budget?
This budget would approve to do that. There's $100,000 sitting in the Recreation Culture Reserve right now. We'll resume that next year.
So is policy allowing us to do that? Is there a policy for that reserve?
There is a policy for that reserve. And
so are we allowed to do that?
So we probably aren't allowed to do that. You're right. So I'll have to put it back in here. Yeah.
Thank you.
I think that's correct, isn't it, Don?
Councillor Morrison.
Thank you. Policies are determined by council. And if council wishes to change a policy temporarily or permanently, that's up to council.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Warden.
No, and I agree with Councillor Morrison. Policies are councils, but I would not agree to put 55,000 that goes to recreation, culture, and heritage into waste when we have asked at the beginning of our budget that $55,000 could cover some of that. Because, I mean, we don't have any idea what our grant process is going to be like. And I think there's going to be pressures on the grant money this year. So we've always fell back on the Recreation, Culture, and Heritage Fund to kind of have that if we didn't have enough in the budget to fulfill all the asks from our non-for-profit groups. And we have asked at the beginning of our budget for the hospital and for search and rescue and places like that, that $55,000 could be used for. I would not agree to take that out of recreation and culture. Thank you.
Councillor Gunn.
Thank you. About that Basin Conference Center, that Lightplex down there, and we've talked about this before, and the money that it costs us. You know, the electric is one thing we got to pick up every year. The building needs maintenance. It's another headache. Can't we sell that building? Can't we find somebody to buy that building for $1 and then take it over? It would save us a lot of money. Thank you.
Councillor Morrison, would you like to respond to that?
I'm not sure about what it is Councillor Gunn is talking. He mentioned the Lifeplex,
yes,
which went out of existence a long time ago.
Now,
and he also mentioned Annapolis Basin Conference Center. And where that figures in this discussion, I'm not sure.
No. You can twist it all you like. Now, what I said was quite simple. The facility where the Y is and the grocery store down there costs us a lot of money every year, not just for power subsidy, but also oil. And we're also looking, we put this chip burner down there. We put a lot of money into that building. Wouldn't it be better for us to sell that to somebody like Acadia Sea Plants for $1 and let them run it and operate rather than the county of Annapolis dumping $500,000 or $1 million a year into the building? Thank you.
There's couple things to be considered to consider with that. I think it's an interesting suggestion. A couple things to consider. First is our contractual obligation with the YMCA, because my understanding is that the contract we have with the YMCA would be exceedingly difficult for the municipality to abandon or walk away from. So there's that. And the other basic issue is one, of course, we're fully aware of, and that is the facility, like virtually every indoor pool owned by a municipality in Atlantic Canada, runs a deficit. Municipalities, because we are government, we exist for the purpose of providing services to our residents. And therefore, we're allowed to spend money on a business that isn't necessarily profitable if we believe it's in the best interests of the region to do so. A business like Acadia Sea Plants has much less incentive to do such a thing, to take over a facility that does run a deficit and commit themselves to keeping it open and operating it while it runs a deficit. Most businesses will eventually cut that kind of a program off because it's their mandate is all about a business case and profitability. Our mandate is about service to the public. We're aware of how critical that facility is to the economy of the Cornwallis Park Business Park, and we're aware of how critical the economy of that business park is to the entirety of the county. So I'd always, whenever we discuss the possible pulling back of a significant service, there's contractual implications, but then there's also implications in terms of the general economy of the area and what impact that might have.
How long does that contract go on for? How many more years is it with the WAF?
Maybe John knows the answer to that.
I believe it's a 20 or a 25-year contract, and I think it was signed in 2011. But we've got at least 10 years left of that contract.
Yeah. I've got Councillor LeBlanc, then Councillor Henning, and then the Deputy Warden. Have I missed anyone? Don? Maybe I'll let Don go right ahead because I'm guessing that you wanted to speak right to this.
Actually, I was going to go back to the previous topic and just enlighten that the policy says that council can annually review. Municipal council shall annually have discretion to vary the amount of the annual transfer to the special fund for culture and recreation based upon budget conditions and priorities.
Thank you very much for clarifying that for us, John. Councillor LeBlanc.
And I actually was going to ask that if don't we annually or can't we annually review? So she answered that bit. But the other part was when we were talking about grants, last time we were looking at grants, it came to a point that a lot of the money was gone. So unless there was a specific emergency, we would not be taking the money out of any other place. We would like to stick to the grants that we have put out, which is 1.6% of our budget, 6.6, but something like that. And of course, with the small but nominal amount of money that has increased, it has lifted that budget again a little bit more, and it does every year. So I think what we've assigned as far as money is to the grants, I think that we should be fine without having, and we've discussed it before, without having to increase it unless for an emergency. And the other one for the recreation and heritage, we should be able to use it maybe for some of the things that we couldn't contribute to the REMO or the hospital or whatever. And maybe we can divvy it up in essential ways. So that's my 2 cents on that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Henning.
I just wanted to say that I think the value and importance of the Basin View Center is going to change dramatically in the positive with Gordonston. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Henning. Deputy Warden. No, that's good. All right. Any further questions in that case on the last page? Councillor Sheridan.
What have we decided to do with the transfer to culture and recreation of 55,000? I guess that's a big big amount of money and it's a determination on probably how some people feel about the budget itself. So I was just questioning that. Where do we sit? Are we going to not, the 55,000, are we going to leave it out of we're not going to transfer it? Because it's the 55,000 I'm concerned about there.
What I would suggest is if someone would like something to happen with that's other than what's currently in the budget, I'd suggest that you make a motion, because that's the way we get it. That's the way we get actually to a decision point.
Okay. So can I make a motion not to take 55,000 from this right at this time, and maybe we'll revisit it in 3 months?
So you're making a motion. Go ahead, John.
Sorry, just so that everybody's on the same page. So my understanding, and I've read the transfer page, although I don't have it in my package. It's to take 55,000 from operations and put it into the Culture and Recreation Reserve. So you have money
to increase the waste budget by 55.
So, but you're not putting it into the Culture and Recreation Reserve if you do that. So the decision is, do you want it to go into Culture and Recreation Reserve, or do you use it to support the budget for waste and also keeping our budget without an increase? And that's why it was suggested by Holly. That's all. It's a discretionary decision. You can make the decision within the powers of council to either allocate it to Recreation Reserve or not. That's really, and you can make that decision at budget time. As a matter of fact, the policy envisions that you do make a decision on that at budget time. And it can be either way. You're not forced to go in any direction. But just so everybody's clear.
But we haven't got a lot of money in that reserve, John, do we? What is the amount left in there if we don't put the 55 in? And if we
There's 100,000 in there right now.
100,000 in there. Right. And we were going to put an additional 55 in there to bring it up to 155.
Right.
And the importance, do you want to explain the importance of the Culture and Recreation Reserve, please? What's it there for?
Yeah.
It's primarily to deal with any land that you may have that you may want to invest in. You may want to put a playground in. You may want to buy a piece of property. You may want to do a trail or a path or something. You can use that Culture and Recreation Heritage Fund to do that. Keep in mind, there's only really one pot of money, and that whatever we don't spend goes in reserve, and you have the full ability to make a decision over it. So no matter what you do here today, you can reverse your decisions depending on where you are in your budget process. There's nothing preventing you from doing it. What this process envisions is at budget time, council has the ability, if they want to transfer from their operational reserve money into that capital reserve. And that's a capital reserve, not an operational reserve. Is it not?
And it would come in handy to have it there, yeah.
Yeah, not saying it wouldn't come in handy. It's just what do you feel your priorities are?
I see what you're saying. You're trying to balance the budget.
Yeah.
That's
all we're trying to do.
By not putting that in there.
Yeah. Why don't you put it on your list of the first things you do if we know we have money?
So you could add it to 8150 to your grants if you wanted to. You could add it to any, it's whether you want it to go in reserve or if you want it to be in operational.
Once we know where we are after the next 3 months, then the issue is if we don't have that, if we don't keep that in the operational budget, we're shy on a balanced budget.
No, I understand.
So the money's got to come from somewhere. So if in 3 months we feel that we're in a good position that we can put 55,000 back into the Recreation and Cultural Fund, or if we want to put 100,000, you can make that decision.
Okay.
This is just really to give us a balanced budget, and we're not trying to take any future decision capabilities away from council.
No, I get it. No, I get it. It's just a lot of ifs out there, and it's difficult to, the way the world is right now, it's difficult to envision what it's going to be like in 6 months. And it's definitely a hard year to do a budget for everybody, staff included, and I appreciate everything the staff has done. Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like I've got a couple more speakers. Deputy Warden's next. Councillor Gunn after that, and then Councillor McDonald after that.
Yeah, so that recreation fund, we have before taken money out of that to give to grants. Because and to me, that's what I'm looking at. The $55,000 has always been put into that fund ever since I've sit on council. And we've used it to kind of adjust the grant money so we kind of fulfill all the asks from the people that are applying for grants and these asks that were given to us previously that are on our first page. And it's like I said, to me, this money could be used to support the hospital, to support search and rescue.
So,
and our heritage certificates, I mean, that is a very important part of Annapolis County. And I am really disappointed that we could not find the money to support our heritage certificates when it is a huge part of Annapolis County is our heritage. And we could take some of that money and use it for that. Thank you.
John, were you
I'm not sure. The culture and heritage, it's a capital reserve, correct, Holly?
Yeah.
So it's a capital reserve. I know we can fund hospitals, but can we fund hospitals from a recreation and cultural capital reserve? I don't think you can. I think we'd have to find another source. I think you can fund it, but I don't think it comes out of recreation and cultural heritage.
So is that what they're looking for, is capital funding or?
The hospital extension? Yeah. I think they're trying to raise so much money from other folks.
Yes. They're on a fundraising.
Yeah, it's a capital fundraising component. So I guess just so that, and I know recreation is close to my heart too, so I understand why Councillor or Deputy Warden Roberts is very interested in protecting it. And all I'm saying is that what we've done is that we're not taking money from the operational budget and putting it in that capital reserve right now in order to create a balanced budget. That's all we're doing. In 3 months' time, let's put it first on our list, and if we have money, we'll transfer to it. I'm just trying to put us in a situation where we have the flexibility when we really don't know what the future is going to hold. That's all.
It makes sense, John. Thank you.
Mr. Gunn?
Thank you. Thank you. So it was our auditor brought it up here a year or so ago about this $1 million that's owed to Annapolis County by a water utility. Where do we stand with that anyway? Is there any chance that we're ever going to get that money back to help our coffers, or is that just written off?
Now, the UARB, we've included it when we did our last water rate study. We've included, so not to shock the rates, we can't get all of it at once because the rates for the ratepayers would go through the roof. So we have incorporated it in each year to increase a little bit those rates, and it's getting paid back gradually because we couldn't increase the rates to include $1 million, and I don't believe it was quite $1 million, but the rates would go through the roof if we try to get that all in one.
Yeah, it's an example of a decision 20 years ago that was not consistent with the Municipal Government Act. And they lent money to a water utility. Annapolis County lent money to the water utility, and the water utility was supposed to pay it back, if not the first year by the Municipal Government Act, the second year. It never got paid back. It got captured, and auditors and everybody else had let this slide for so many years, and then it was captured, I think in 2016, that this could not continue on. So, but the UARB didn't want us to deal with it right away because it would have created rate shock. But that we also had to get a green light from the province because they approved the budget. In this particular instance, UARB knows that we're going to be surrendering certain capital projects. And when that's done, we're taking that money and allocating it back to the water utility to pay back the Annapolis County operational budget. Because the operational budget cannot fund water utilities.
That's right.
Right? That's the thing. So
How many years will that take for us to
oh,
get back?
it'll be 20 years before it's paid back.
No interest on that, eh?
I don't know what we've done in our calculations as of yet. It's with our auditors. I think if there's any money to be given back, it should include interest, but I don't know if we're going to do that.
Well, the UARB would have to approve that.
Yeah.
It would have to
Whatever
approve the
whatever we propose, the UARB has to approve.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Before we make a motion on the budget or anything, I mentioned much earlier today, gosh, what time is it? I don't even want to know, that I would be prepared to make a motion to waive the annual increase for elected officials, and I don't want that to slip if that's possible. Whether or not it passes, I would like to make that motion.
All right. So that motion's been made by Councillor McDonald. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Sheridan. Discussion on the motion. Councillor Morrison.
Thank you. I would like to move an amendment to the motion that the money to be gained by depriving councilors of its increase go to fulfilling the request by the Annapolis Valley Regional Library.
So that's an amendment that's been proposed.
Unfortunately,
Councillor McDonald.
no, excuse me, there needs to be some clarification.
content to
Sorry,
have
Timothy. Sorry,
Yes, go ahead,
Timothy.
John.
It's important.
No, go ahead.
We're approving a budget from April on. It takes us into next year after the council's previous budget approved a 1.7% increase that became part of the January 1st process, and council's already been paid. You can't go back and get that back retroactively, but you can take out the increase going forward. So I would suggest that the budget not, if you're going to decrease by 1.7, that you take it out for what you would be approving in this budget, which would occur in January. Because you've already approved 1.7, it straddles the fiscal year. That's the problem. Okay?
I understand what you're saying, and I agree with that. going forward,
So I would
don't
say
want to complicate things and make math hard. Going
So
forward.
there'd be no new 1.7% increase taking effect on January 1st, 2021. That's really what you're saying if you're approving this budget.
Now let me just hold for a moment. Councillor Morrison moved an amendment to the core motion that any monies, costs that are saved as a result of this be dedicated to increasing the funding to the Annapolis Valley Regional Library System. Do we have a seconder for that moved amendment? Oh, Councillor Morrison would like to speak.
Yes, thank you. I appreciated the intervention by the Chief Administrative Officer and consecutively by Council McDonald. And if what has been said by the Chief Administrative Officer is the course that we will follow, I withdraw the amendment.
Thank you very much. In that case, on the core motion itself, any further discussion?
Right.
Councillor Gunn.
Thank you. So I won't be voting for this motion because I'm like, and I can just about count you all, do not have a pension, have not worked my life for somebody else or another organization that gave me a big pension. I'm looking at all of you and whether you know it or not. So I live on what this job pays me. Every year my expenses go up. Every year. As a matter of fact, if I look at where I'm at now, 3 years into council, I don't know if I can keep going in another year. I might have to go back to the workforce because this job don't pay nothing. All of you, just about all of you here that I'm looking at, I won't speak for y'all, have got pensions of some sort or have got some family wealth or whatever. Whatever. I won't be.
Councillor Gunn,
Thank you.
I'm just going to suggest the assumptions. I'm not disagreeing with the core of what you're saying, and of course you're entitled to vote against a motion, but you're making assumptions about the backgrounds and financial capacity of your fellow councillors that I think you can't possibly have any way of being certain of the truth of your assumptions. And if your assumptions are,
I can't understand.
We're losing you. We're losing you, Timothy.
what I said was
I'm not making assumptions, Timothy, but look at a lot of people and know what their background.
you're making assumptions about the financial capacity, background, and even you did. I would suggest you're perfectly entitled to vote for or against the motion, and that's great. But you just made a series of statements about the capacity of your fellow councillors that I think you should apologize for.
If I insulted somebody, I do apologize. But my thoughts are my own, my friend, and I will keep.
You may.
Most of those, I'll try to keep most of those. But if I had worked for, and I won't go into the companies, and got a pension out of it, one of my biggest thing is, what this job is not very darn much. Timothy, I heard you complain about it last year when you were a warden, and you didn't think that if you got that increase, you wouldn't be able to keep the job. You said it right in council.
Oh, there's no question.
So now you know what it's like. So now you know what a councillor makes and how much everything else in the world goes up, price-wise.
Absolutely.
Do you
Absolutely.
think you could keep going on it? I don't think I can.
I know exactly how pinched my finances are. The issue, Councillor Gunn, that apparently, and could we please have every other feed muted, Carolyn? Carolyn? Could you please mute all of the feeds?
You want me to stop recording or mute everybody?
I would like you to mute everybody's feeds, please. Thank you.
Everybody, okay. Everybody's muted.
Thank you. The issue, Councillor Gunn, is that you signed a code of contract agreement in which you said you would not take actions calculated to embarrass fellow councillors. The sort of assertions that you are making about people's financial capacity were remarks directly designed to cast people in certain roles that maybe those are your opinions and you're entitled to your opinions, but when you're in council and you're addressing council, you have an obligation to follow the code of conduct. In my estimation, comments that you made were a violation of the code of conduct.
I'll apologize
That you
from the
apologize
bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Thank you.
I apologize.
Further discussion on the motion?
Anybody? I apologize.
Thank you. Carolyn?
I'd just like clarity on the motion, and Holly's gone. The motion was moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor Sheridan, to recommend that municipal council waive the annual increase for elected officials moving forward. Does moving forward mean in January 2021?
I believe that's the intention, yes. I'll ask the mover if he could verify that.
Thank you very much. I was always under the impression that at the beginning of the fiscal year, that's when increases came about. So I thought it was about now. When is our fiscal year up? Like that's when you get an increase.
I think salaries for staff. Yeah.
If it helps, the performance, the cost of living occur at the fiscal year, at the calendar year, sorry. So at the end of December, a decision's made for January 1st on what the cost of living would be for counselors and staff. In the particular circumstance, the performance reviews are retroactive to April 1st of each year. If they're not done in time. So performance reviews are captured in April 1st. The retroactive 1% increases are within the calendar year, so it crosses over our fiscal year because it starts in January and our fiscal year starts in April. And the reason why it's done in January is that most all of the unemployment insurance and CPP all come out at the very start as a percentage of your salary. And it's to give that extra shot when more stuff is taken out of people's paychecks. That's the rationale behind it.
Holly, my question on the motion is to waive the annual increase for elected officials moving forward. Does that mean?
Don, do you have a clarification to add?
Mean January 2021, and do I need to include that in the motion? And you're muted, Holly.
This budget is from April 1st to, I guess, to March 31st, 2021. But we'll let Dawn answer that because she would have given me the figures to put in here.
So normally, up until last year, counselors always got an increase as of April 1st. Then it got very confusing last year because the 1/3 travel or 1/3 non-taxable expense was thrown into the mix. And so because that happened last year in January, the increases were made retroactive to January to make up for losing the 1/3 non-taxable. But prior to that, counselors had only ever received their increase as of April 1st. I am 99% sure it was only staff that got a 1.7% increase in January this year.
I need to be clear on what the counselor's motion means and if a date needs to.
The intent of the motion I made is as of this new budget that we've been going over today. So as of April 1st, that was the intent. But if I am, I didn't realize that it started January 1st, and my intent is not to inflict this on potentially a new council next January. It is to take effect April of this year. That was my intent.
May I include that in your motion then?
I would like to. Yeah, I don't want to start it next January. My intent was for it to start with this new budget.
As of April 1st, 2020.
Correct.
Okay.
We've lost Timothy.
Sorry, folks, I was just dumped out by the system, but I'm back in now.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I know that there were a lot of speakers before I cut out, and I'm not sure who else tried to get added to the queue now. If you would like to speak, please raise your hand, and I'll just go through you left to right. Councillor Morrison and Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Morrison first, please.
Thank you. If I now understand that we did receive a raise on the 1st of January this year, we did not receive it.
It was set to be implemented as of the 1st of April.
Did we budget for it last year? Oh, I thought we did. Okay, I'm mistaken. I thought it was budgeted and I thought you received it on January 1st.
All right, then if the intent is to take away the money that would have been given to counselors on the 1st of April, then I will reinstate my amendment that the money saved go to fulfilling the request of the Annapolis Valley Regional Library.
Do we have a seconder for that motion? Seconder for the motion? Hearing none, the amendment dies on the floor. Thank you very much, Councillor Morrison. Councillor Morrison?
Thank you. I would like to amend the motion by adding after the conclusion of the last sentence of the motion, that council receive a report at the end of each quarter indicating where the money councilors has given up has gone and to what purpose it has been spent.
Seconder for that motion. Seconded by Councillor Gunn. Discussion on the motion. Councillor Gunn, and then Councillor McNeil.
I just seconded.
Councillor Gunn, I think, or is he?
No, I just seconded.
Oh, okay.
Alex's
Oh,
motion.
sorry. I thought you wanted.
Okay.
Sorry, I thought you wanted to speak to it as well. Councillor McNeil, in that case, is he still here? Yes, Councillor McNeil.
Yeah, no, I'm going to second it too. Mike beat me to it.
Okay, fair enough. Further discussion? All in favor of the amendment to the motion proposed by Councillor Morrison signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, the motion for the amendment is carried. And now on the core motion itself, it's been moved and seconded. Further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
So,
Could you read the
okay,
motion?
and what I'm going to do is ask you to hold. Carolyn, could you read the motion with its current wording for us? Thank you.
I think so. It was moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor Sheridan, to recommend that municipal council waive the annual increase for elected officials as of April 1st, 2020, and that municipal council receive a report at the end of each quarter where the money councilors have given up and to what purpose it has been spent.
So I thought the motion was to move it to the library.
No.
No, that was the original suggested amendment, and that was withdrawn by Councillor Morrison. Councillor LeBlanc?
My only question is, why are we asking that we know where the money is going? Wouldn't we want to decide where that money is going?
Yeah, you have to, because I have to balance this budget. If you're taking it to one area, I have to know where to put it.
Yes. So I think we have to go to the next step instead of skipping a step. So if we want to put it so that it,
you have to choose
whatever the amount is for the hospital or is for the, I don't know.
Actually, Councillor Sheridan. Councillor Sheridan?
So why couldn't we put it in community grants and use it from there?
Yeah, you can. Dawn, do you know how much it is? Do you know how much it costs?
It's about $6,000. Is that right?
So there was about $6,800 for April 1st on, and then we subsequently provided, in case councillors wanted to make it retro, another $2,000 or $2,300. So it's between $8,000 and $10,000 is my best guess. I think that's fairly accurate.
We have some requests there, like the clinic. The Middleton Clinic. They asked it even over time. They asked for a lump sum or to be paid in yearly increments. So that money could help them. Like it could be a first $10,000 toward the clinic. So if we were to put it in the grants, we could take it out of there and possibly give it to them or to Ground Search or whoever. Am I correct in saying that?
Is that correct, Holly?
Yeah, so your motion will have to say to move that money from that section of the budget under legislative to, well, it's still under legislative, but just move it from remuneration to grants 8150.
For 1 year.
Yes.
Yeah. Right?
So that'll put the discretion back in council. So that means we don't have to decide right now where it goes, but it puts the discretion and the flexibility in council's hands to spend it where we think it'll be most useful.
Right. So if you approve this budget, you're approving those amendments.
That's right. Okay. So in that case, Councillor McNeil.
Deputy Warden.
Gotcha. Councillor McNeil first and then Deputy Warden. Okay, Deputy Warden.
So if we pass this motion, this goes until next April, which it will affect a new council, and I am not in support of that. Thank you.
Councillor LeBlanc?
No, it starts now. The decision on the reduction starts this April.
Yeah, but it ends next April.
March 31st of 2021. That's what this budget is for. Yeah.
Councillor LeBlanc?
Well, it could start January to December, or we could do April to December, if that's will help out our deputy warden. Would that be better? To state from this time to that time?
Councillor Sheridan?
I think Deputy Warden's concerned that if there's a decision on whether it gets increased or not in the future, that lies with the next council.
It does.
Is that fair to say?
So why don't we do it right up until the new election? And that way we could make an amendment and it would not affect the new council.
Councillor Henning?
Thank you. I find this a bit confusing. I'm not quite sure where we're at. The only thing I'd like to say is the reason I voted for any increase is to change, in a sense, the possible composition of the council, that it would allow younger people, primarily single mothers, to run for council. And I don't want to lose that piece, because I thought that was absolutely critical. It seems to me that that was the general sentiment that we were looking for. My position has always been we need to pay counselors more money and have less counselors. Because until individuals cannot make close to a decent living doing the job of a counselor, we're going to continue to get retired people as opposed to younger people. That's why I voted for it, and I don't want to lose that incentive, whether it's next year or the year after. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sheridan?
So I think this is just a temporary, whoops, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, just a temporary thing while COVID is going on, just to not put a strain on the budget, to help out the grant process, because the grants are going to be decreased this year. And I think it's just from April until the new election, October, November, end October. So it's just from April to the end of October, just one-time temporary thing, not to affect the new council coming in. It's just because we do have a strain on our budget this year.
I think I've got Councillor McDonald. Councillor McDonald?
I'm not muted. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to provide some flexibility. It was never my intent to I just wanted my 1.7%, that little bit, to help provide a little flexibility in this time of the unknown. That's all the intent is. And I still want to vote on it.
Councillor LeBlanc?
And I agree. I see the deputy warden's problem of wanting to put a date to it. It certainly has to probably have date times starting and end. And basically,
isn't it a pain? Just
that's my intent from the beginning. It was not to change. I see Councillor Hemming's point of view is pretty understandable, and it's true. However, at this time, it's our way of giving back and putting into maybe the hospital or this or that. And it's a good time with the COVID and to see that we can give back and help out other people out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just interject for a second, just to, and I get the whole idea. It's really an honorable thing, but if it's for a partial year, it's not going to be a lot of money. It's going to maybe be $4,000 or $5,000 total. But everybody, what's going to happen is payroll is going to have to change their whole process and adjust it twice for that year. They got to go in and update it and correct it. I still think that you'll be able to do some of the things that you want to do just on the quarter review. This is really going to create a lot of extra administrative. You can't even have people in our offices right now. To me, we're just trying to take the easiest way forward. If we keep the same budget, not increase it, there'll be an opportunity to take a look at what you can do 2 to 3 months from now. You'll be able to make these decisions probably quite readily on what you want to do, all of you. I think you'll all be able to champion certain things because I think the flexibility is going to be there. But until we know for sure, let's just keep the budget as is. And let's not, these one-time little changes probably will cost more in time than they will in any money that you spend.
Councillor Henning?
John, thank you, because that was the point I was going to raise. This is probably going to end up costing money rather than saving money. And what I certainly do not want to do is to put any sort of onus back on a new counselor to go through this process again at the start of their term. If I knew that we would absolutely save money and that money could be redirected in this time of emergency, I would vote for it. I don't think it's there. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, I was just trying to signal to Bert off to the side to let him know that I knew he was back on. Anyway, he had to come in on the phone call to listen for a little bit. Anyway, yeah, I admire everybody's desire to do something. I think there'll be an opportunity to do what you want to do. I really do. And I think you do too. But let's wait. Let's just see what the budget looks like in June.
Carolyn's been trying to get my attention for a little bit. So to Carolyn, then Councillor LeBlanc right afterwards.
So there's been a lot of discussion on what people think the motion is. I just would like to read it again as it stands at this moment.
Okay.
It was moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor Sheridan, to recommend that Municipal Council waive the annual increase for elected officials as of April 1st, 2020, does not have an end date, and that Municipal Council receive a report at the end of each quarter as to where money councillors have given up has gone and to what purpose it has been spent. There was discussion about moving it from one place to another. That's the motion as it stands. I just need everyone to know that right now.
The intent of my motion was for the 1 year. I haven't heard it changed. Let's just.
Sorry, I'm going to go to Councillor LeBlanc.
So the way that the motion reads there is that we won't, it sounds as if it was going into grants, and I thought we were doing it so that we could decide where the money would go. Or I was listening to John Ferguson, so then I'm thinking, well, maybe we should do it in a different way because of the cost. Maybe we could all donate money, put it in a spot, and then go from there. I'm just putting that out there, but I'm still confused about the motion.
It's a bad motion. It's a terribly worded motion.
Okay, very good. Because I thought I don't know. So John is the only. Pardon me.
It's not giving meaningful information.
Perfect.
As I've read it, it's waiving the annual increase starting April 1st.
And council has to tell staff where to put that. We don't come back and tell you where we've spent it. You have to tell us, where in the budget you want it to go.
All right. So we need to revamp that motion, Councillor McDonald.
I'm going to go to Dawn first, then to Councillor Sheridan. Dawn?
For maximum flexibility, and I know this would change the motion, and I'm not trying to make it any more complicated than it is. I wouldn't know what to do with payroll with that motion the way it is right now, by the way. Why don't you leave the budget as it is, not initiate your increase yet until the first time that the CAO reviews with you the first quarter report? In other words, don't change the budget. and leave the opportunity to reallocate the money. You could reallocate it retroactive to April 1st to give the counselors the 1.7% increase that was built in, or you could reallocate it for something else. But if for right now you give yourself 3 months breathing room of just leaving it where it is and knowing you've got a tiny nest egg there, you might be in a better position to make the decision in 3 months' time.
Mr. Sheridan?
I was just going to say, can we let the motion die on the floor? Because after listening to what CAO has said, I don't want to cause any more grief for staff in regards to payroll.
Were you seconder on the motion, Councillor Sheridan?
Yes, I was.
You could withdraw your second.
Can I withdraw my second then? Thank you.
You can, of course, yes. At which point I have to ask, does anyone else want to second the motion? And hearing none, the motion dies on the floor. Okay, so we can go on in that case to the actual to the budget itself, and bear in mind that this would not be a motion to approve the budget. It would be a motion to recommend the approval of the budget to council next week. And I've got Carolyn and then Dawn. Carolyn.
Go with Dawn first.
Dawn first.
We're probably going to say something similar. If it goes recommended to council without a proviso, then we as payroll will start doing the retroactive increases back to April 1st. If you recommend it, but say to defer paying out the 1.7% increase, we'll hold off until we receive further instruction through the CAO from council.
Thank you. Okay. Carolyn.
I have some suggested motions. So, and they would be recommendations to council, and there are two motions. One would be on the levying and collection of the tax rate for the fiscal year 2020 to 2021. One is on the collection of the area rates. So I'm going to read them out, and it's all information that is in the budget that you just reviewed. Okay. So the first one would be to recommend that municipal council authorize the levy and collection of the 2020, 2021 taxes based upon rates of $1.015 residential and $1.80 commercial per hundred of assessment, with a due date of June 30th, 2020, after which interest will be charged at the rate of 12% per annum. You can add at this point and defer paying out the 1.7% increase for elected officials at this time. Dawn, is that where I would put that? And the next other motion would be to recommend that council approve the area rates for street lights, fire hydrants, paving, sidewalks, and other specified rates as presented for the 2021 fiscal year in accordance with Section 75 of the MGA, and that the area rate shall apply to the residential and commercial resource and business occupancy assessment in the area. This is the formal wording that we need to move it as a recommendation to council. When it goes to council, it's the big, long, formal resolution that everyone puts their signature on.
Councillor Fowler and then Councillor Morrison.
He's on mute. Councillor Fowler, you're muted. Let me see if I can get it.
No.
There, you're on
There
mute.
you are. Councillor Fowler, go right ahead.
Yeah, no, the only reason I had my hand up was I was agreeing with John Ferguson on that.
Thank you, Councillor Fowler. Councillor Morrison.
Thank you. I was in favor of Carolyn's first motion without the ending she put on it. And I would not want my vote on the whole of the county budget to be determined by an auxiliary clause. If it is the wish of someone to move that latter clause as a separate motion, we could do it that way.
So what we could do in that case is have a very simple motion to begin with, to recommend the approval of the proposed budget to council. And then we could do the two motions that Carolyn has, minus that additional clause. Councillor Henry?
Yes, I think that makes sense. Otherwise, you know, you're hanging up the whole budget over this debate of this, this increase. That doesn't seem fair. I think it's a separate item.
Okay. Would someone like to make the motion to recommend the approval of the proposed budget to council? Moved by Councillor Morrison, seconded by Councillor Hennon. Discussion on the motion. Deputy Warden?
I won't be supporting the recommendation. I don't agree with taking the $55,000 from the cultural reserve. I don't agree that we don't have a breakdown in our waste budget. And I'm not comfortable that we have not even looked at the third and fourth quarter from last year and finished that budget off first. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye, and please keep your hand up. Aye. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So I've got 9, and then I've got, okay, so that's 9 in favor, opposed. Okay, so that I've got 1 opposed, so I've got 1 person who's abstained. That changes the count.
You got 2 opposed.
You have 2.
Who's the other opposed?
Bert.
Oh, Bert, I'm sorry. Sorry, Bert, I didn't see your hand down there. Sorry about that. Okay. All right, so it's 9-2. Thank you very much. So the motion's carried. I believe the next and final item on our agenda is a proposal from the draft capital budget. Is that correct, John? Oh, it's Carolyn.
Can we get?
No, I'm sorry. You got those other 2 motions still. Pardon me. I thought I could see the barn in the distance. I was starting to pick up the pace. All right. Karen, could you please read the first of those motions again?
Yes, with no ancillary endings. To recommend that municipal council authorize the levy and collection of the 2020-2021 taxes based upon rates of $1.015 residential with $1.80 commercial per $100 of assessment with a due date of June 30th, 2020, after which interest will be charged at the rate of 12% per annum.
All right. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Hemming, seconded by... No seconder? Seconded by Councillor Morrison. Discussion on the motion. I'm going to ask folks to keep their hands visible again. All in favor of the motion.
There's a question.
Sorry, questions? Councillor LeBlanc?
And Councillor McDonald too.
Okay, sure. Go right ahead. Councillor LeBlanc?
What I'm wondering is, are we going to be given some direction from the provincial government to maybe back that up, to give them more time and not put a rate on? That's where my concern is, you know.
The provincial government, I don't believe, is going to get into the weeds of the rate itself, because that would be them directly intervening in a budget process that they wouldn't understand nearly as well as our own staff and council would. What they are having discussions about is potentially provincial-wide programs allowing people in distress to defer the payment of their property taxes. And then financial mechanisms to support municipalities without interest, so they can do that without ceasing operations themselves.
So we don't need that in our motion, depending on the.
No, I don't believe we do. This is to set the rate and actually mail out the bills.
Okay. Thank you.
If the province levies special legislation to do what they're doing, Bert's dialing back in here just a sec.
Bert's in.
That's Bert just back on. So if there's an opportunity, for if the province decides to institute special legislation, we would have to respond to that regardless. So something that you're suggesting, we have to respond.
Thank you. And McDonald.
Councillor McDonald, then Councillor Sheridan.
Yeah, I just briefly wanted to express my appreciation, and I imagine everyone's feels the same way for all the work that has gone into a budget that balances. No rate increase from the County of Annapolis. I just want to recognize that I know how hard it is, but how much it's appreciated by myself and likely others, and certainly the taxpayers, ratepayers of Annapolis County. I'm just really happy with the staff in this regard. That's all I had to say.
Agreed. Thank you. Councillor Sheridan.
So we had mentioned about a motion to look at the budget every quarter, but we haven't made that motion. And that was hinged on some of us making a decision on the vote on the budget. So can I make a motion that we look at?
There's a motion currently on the floor,
Okay.
but you certainly can afterwards. I think
Okay.
the intention was didn't want to forget that. Absolutely. I think our intention was to once we'd reached the end of the meeting to make sure that motion was made.
And you are currently without Councillor McNeil again.
Okay.
You with us, Bert? He's with on the cell phone.
Okay.
Okay. Fair enough. So Carolyn has just read the motion. This is about agreeing upon fixing the tax rate and sending out the bills. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye and keep your hand up, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 with Councillor Fowler. And how about Bert?
Bert.
Okay, so that's a unanimous vote. The motion's carried. Thank you very much. Carolyn, could you read the second of those two motions, please?
Give me a second. Collection of area rates. I move to recommend to Municipal Council that the area rates for streetlights, fire hydrants, paving, sidewalks, and other specified rates be approved as presented for the 2021 fiscal year in accordance with Section 75 of the MGA. The area rate shall apply to the residential, commercial, resort, and business occupancy assessment in the area.
I could have a mover and a seconder. Mover. Moved by Councillor Morrison, seconded by Councillor Sheridan. Discussion on the motion. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, and hands 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and ask Bert. John, aye. That's 11. Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you very much, everybody. Stephen, are you still in a corner here? Steve McInnes?
He's down at the bottom.
He is there? Okay, there he is. Stephen, I believe that the last item is your. Oh, I'd actually go to Councillor Sheridan and ask her to make that motion right now, perhaps, to be reviewing our quarterly statements to consider. Yes, Carolyn.
I have suggested wording.
Oh, thank you.
To recommend that Municipal Council review the budget quarterly, compare with the previous year, and decide whether to transfer funds or look at items that were unable to be funded in the budget and to make a one-time decision.
Okay.
Good with that.
Putting recreation and culture and heritage on the list.
To look at.
Okay.
So put it where?
If I'm just going to suggest if that's added to the motion, I have to vote against the motion because that suddenly commits us. We can't make any choices. Then we've already committed ourselves to putting that as the first thing for consideration. I'm not convinced that it should be the first thing that's considered. I think ground search and rescue probably is a higher priority. But in any event, I don't want council's hands tied, so I would suggest we not add that clause to the motion.
Good.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion of the motion? Do I have a second? Moved by Councillor Sheridan, seconded by Councillor LeBlanc. Discussion of the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Raise hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and Bert? Aye. That's 11. That's motion's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. And now, Steve McInnes, I believe you're the last act of the day.
So the memo that's in front of you that I sent up to the CAO was to approve a couple of pending items. One is replacement of some aged out tanks. As council may recall, when we had Dorian last year, we ended up with a tank that needed replacing before we could kick up the generator at the administration building. The unique thing about Nova Scotia is they don't really have a guideline or even criteria to replace tanks. It's really at the discretion of the fuel hauler. They feel the tank is not ready. They just call us up and say, I'm not filling up the tank. So we've taken the recommendation, really, New Brunswick has a guideline, and I think it's 10 or 20 years, and whatever it is, I can't remember, whatever it is, these tanks are due. That's why I don't want to leave us in a situation where the fuel hauler says, I don't have to fill it up. So I asked council for permission to replace those tanks.
Thank you. Deputy Warden?
Well, I know it's usually on your insurance policy and it has to be changed because there's a stamp on the tank. So when is the date that
That's
the
correct,
tank
it's on
runs
tank,
out?
but there's nothing on in terms of a regulation. So
There's
when
nothing
we
with
take
our
the
insurance
inventory of our
policy?
tanks and we send them off to our insurer, those are the ones that came back. It's only through insurance, but there's no regulation about changing the tanks on. It's only on the insurance policy.
Right, so if they say it has to be changed, then if you don't change it, then more than likely they're not gonna cover you. So has ours
Correct. That's why we're
ran
asking for it.
out? Right, have they ran out as of when? When do they
I
run
think
out?
some of them might be a little past due. Now that we have the inventory, those 3 tanks that I'm recommending are the ones that we need to change out, either a little bit late or on time.
Well, that's my question, is when do they run out?
I can
Do they
present
run out
the
this
inventory
year?
at
Do they?
the council meeting. I don't have those numbers right in front of me. What I do know is those tanks have to be changed out this year to meet the insurance requirement.
I'll go to Councillor LeBlanc and then Councillor Fowler. Councillor LeBlanc?
And I have to agree, because for your insurance to cover you, either you have a 10-year insurance on a certain tank, and then you get the what do you call that? The other one, it's like a 25-year to 30-year, and of course you pay for the price for that one. But if something were to happen then at this time and they checked our oil tanks, that would mean that we would have to, if there was an oil spillage, the county would be responsible for cleanup. Is that what we're saying about these 3 or 4 oil tanks? And some of the things you were saying, I couldn't hear you. You were not loud enough. So anyway, that's my statement. And I do not want to be responsible for any oil spills, so get rid of those and get new ones.
Yes.
We have a responsibility to monitor these things. Stephen is basically had these reviewed, and these tanks need to be replaced. We think we're doing the proper thing in order to make sure that we avoid any negligence by not doing it. And it's a necessary capital expenditure, but it wasn't in the capital budget. So that's why Stephen is here asking for this.
So could you give us the wording, Stephen, for the motion you'd like to see made?
Yep, just a second.
Can I help Steve?
Or Carolyn can.
Councillor Gunn, were you wanting to speak?
I did, please.
Thank you.
So we got a price tag here, $15,000 for the replacement of furnace tanks. How many tanks is that? How many fuel tanks are getting replaced? 2, 3, 4, 5?
I'm just calling it up here.
4 is what's in.
It's 3 tanks, but 3 tanks. And it's one of the tanks is the larger tank at the Annapolis Royal Building. That's why it's a different price tag.
It's like a 5-gallon tank or something.
Yeah.
Because that's an awful lot of money for a couple of tanks. I'm telling you.
Those are the estimates we got for the installation.
Those were the estimates they got. Well,
if they come in cheaper,
then
obviously we won't spend the money.
Cleaners. Anyway, that's all I wanted to know. And, you know, I'll tell you, I won't be voting for it because I don't think we should be putting a lot of money in these old buildings. And that's why. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fowler. Councillor Fowler, we need to unmute Councillor Fowler.
Yeah.
There you are, sir. Go right ahead. Councillor Fowler, it's you. Wayne, can you hear me?
Oh, now I can. Yeah, I just wanted to make the motion that we go ahead and replace them.
Okay, so it's been moved by Councillor Fowler. Could I have a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Hemming. Discussion. The next person on my list is Councillor Prout.
Who was the
Again,
second? Sorry?
it was seconded by Councillor Hemming. And so Councillor Prout, you're good. So I'll go to Councillor Sheridan and then to the Deputy Warden.
Can I read the motion that I've picked out of Steve's document
Please do.
that you're voting on? To recommend that municipal council authorize an expenditure of $15,000 for the replacement of furnace oil tanks at the Municipal Administration Building in Annapolis Royal, the Bridgetown Municipal Building, the Granville Ferry Operations Yard, and the Bridgetown Operations Yard, with $6,500 to come from the Bridgetown Letter of Intent Reserve and $7,500 from the County Operational Reserve.
I'll move.
Good. All right. And Councillor Hemming, you're good with seconding that with that wording? Yes. Okay. Further, I've got Councillor Sheridan and then the Deputy Warden.
Well, I do feel it's an environmental issue, and I don't have any problem passing this because I know how expensive that could end up. I guess my question is regarding I'm just looking here at the balance of our operational reserve is down to 720,000. Am I correct in saying that? And is that with our new budget?
No, that doesn't include money that's still owed back to the operational reserve.
And how much would that be coming back?
It's a couple of $100,000.
So next meeting, can we have the balances of the reserves? That would be helpful.
The last one I gave you would still be in place.
That was back on Q3?
Yeah.
I don't remember getting one, but anyway.
Even the one because the capital budget was approved, so that was including all the committed items.
So there's no new increase is what I guess what I'm asking is there's no new increase for an additional amount going in for the operational reserves in 2021.
We don't know just till we get through year end and get our financial statements done if we will actually have a surplus or a deficit. If we have a deficit, we have to take money from that 720,000.
I know, and that's why I'm worried.
And pay it back. Yes. But we could have a surplus, and any surplus monies will go into that reserve.
That's why it's important for me to get these Q3 and Q4 things done before I make major decisions, because I don't know where we sit, and it's kind of hard to make big decisions.
The third quarter in September, we were right on budget. We had spent 75% of our budget. So, or that's what we were anticipating at year end. Until those actual figures come in, we don't know.
I know, and that's where I find it very difficult.
Yeah,
to make big decisions. I mean, the oil tank's fine. We have to do that. I understand. I have no problem.
Like, there's always an issue with basin view or something like that might pop up.
Right. And it has. Yep. Okay.
And
thank you.
That's why it'll be hard quarterly to determine if you have any extra money that you can put in reserves on a quarterly basis, because until the whole year plays out, you don't know, You gotta have a buffer in there to cover those what ifs.
This is kind of an unknown circumstantial year because none of us know, and the feds don't know, the provincials don't know. Like nobody knows what's going to take place. Like we're kind of swinging out there in the air with the budget. We have no idea if it's going to work or it's not going to work. So I guess we have to little baby steps go forward.
But like John said, there is 200,000 that is owed back to that operating reserve. So really there should be 900 there. But we won't realize that 200,000 until probably 4 years out. But we will set it up on our books as a loan due from.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Set up as an asset.
Thank you, Councillor Sheridan. It's budgeting is always tricky. It's certainly doubly tricky this year. We're not just swinging at the air, I wouldn't say. I think we've had a lot of staff with a lot of expertise and real familiarity with municipal operations who've dedicated a huge amount of time to giving us a budget that is the best information available to council at the current time. And that's all. And that's of course all that we ever get. Where there's always a possibility of changes. I do think that the information that's been brought to us is the best, clearest information we have at the moment.
And I didn't mean it as an insult, Timothy. I just meant it that it was just, it's just hard for us to visualize what's going to happen in the future. No disrespect to the staff, absolutely not. I appreciate everything that they've done.
Thank you, Councillor Sheridan. Deputy Warden.
And that goes for me too. I mean, our staff is amazing. They work hard. I appreciate all the work that they've put into everything. And the situation we're in, they have come forward like troopers. And anything that I have asked questions on today or disagreed with today, it's no offense to them. It's the onus is on me, I feel, because I'm the elected official put in there to take the disposition of voting nay or yay for something. So it's I hope that it's no insult on any of our staff because that is not the way I intend it. But my question is, Holly just said that the 200,000 that is going back into our reserve, we won't see for at least 4 years. Did I understand that correctly?
I think that's correct, isn't it, John?
I think you'll see it before then.
You think before then?
So where did we spend that money?
We gave an advance to Mr. Farron back in last year, but we didn't take it out of the 7.2 million. We took it from the reserve. So it can be paid back from the 7.2 million, but Mr. Farron may pay it back before that happens. He put security on that, if you recall.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. No, because I'm very concerned about our reserves. I mean, that's our reserves are very low. It's very concerning.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor LeBlanc? No? You're good?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so any further discussion on the motion that's before us? And just to remind you, Councillor Gunn?
Thank you. I said I wasn't going to vote for this motion because I didn't want us to be throwing good and bad into old buildings. That was my intent. I'm still not too fussy about it. But I do worry, as Diane and different ones have said, that these tanks might take the leak. I don't know if they're inside or out. It doesn't matter. I think it's an awful scandalous price to be paying for a couple of tanks. But that's the way it is. Business runs nowadays.
To be clear,
Ask your question.
To be clear, just so that you get the right information, Councillor Gunn, it's at least 4 tanks.
Yeah, for $15,000.
And it may be 5. There may be 2 at one location. There could be 5 tanks involved.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I remember.
Councillor LeBlanc.
The question was exactly what John is trying to tell us. How big are those tanks? How much oil do they hold? Is it like twice the size of a home tank?
Steve?
Steve?
500-gallon tank is at the Annapolis Oil Building. There's a double, as John has said, there's 2 tanks at the Bridgetown Administration Building. There is, I believe 2 tanks at the Granville Ferry, I'm not sure, and at least 1 tank, maybe a larger tank at the Bridgestone office.
It's 7
6
tanks.
So,
There's 7 tanks, yeah.
oh, 7. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Further,
Okay.
further discussion, folks?
Thank you.
If not, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye and raise your hand. Keep it up.
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Yours is
9, 10. And Bert's vote? Aye. That's the motion's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Is there anything else, Stephen?
The J-class roof.
Oh, yes.
Steve, you're muted.
Yeah, this is true.
The other item is the J-class roads program with the province, and we need to move an answer forward to them. There's a couple of questions asked of me at our last meeting when we reviewed that program. One was, is there an opportunity to move roads back to gravel in some instances? The province says yes, no problem, but it's up to us to give them direction on that. The other one was there an opportunity to delay this any further? I was unable to get a really good answer, firm answer on that, other than, well, maybe, but that's about as far as I got. But either way, I really need council direction to get the indication back to the province whether we're going to participate in the program or not this year. And I just want to add a couple of things. I'm only presenting these 2 items because we've all heard that there is going to be a major injection to get the economy going. And I have 10 or 15 projects that I feel are immediate need, and I've reviewed the entire capital program with John and with finance, and the injection of the economic stimulus money will obviously have an impact, a large impact on our entire capital budget. May accelerate some programs, may put other ones back. It depends on the conditions of the grants or the programs in there. So I'm only asking for this one because it's time sensitive. And then when we get a better idea, hopefully soon, of the economic injection, we'll have a better idea of the 5-year capital plan, or at least the immediate economic injection money that's going to be placed in our hands.
Deputy Warden?
So did you say that the province said that we could put those J-class roads back to dirt?
Yep. Entirely up to us.
Thank you.
Councillor Sheridan, and then Councillor Gunn. And then
Just-
Councillor LeBlanc.
I was just concerned with the reserve balance that you'd given in the gas tax, because I knew most of that was committed for in other projects. So am I not right in thinking that, or what is our actual reserve if the capital project's out of it? Because it seems too high, like that reserve in my mind isn't correct. For gas tax.
The balance, if I may, the balance that's shown there includes the gas tax money for both the internet and the transfer station, I believe. The other gas tax funded projects, either we were unable to get forward and we'll go back there, but as I say, it'll go back into that reserve. When this new capital and the new injection money comes in, we'll see what we have available to us. It also includes the gas tax committed to the Cornwallis water transmission line at the Moose River. So viewing the numbers with finance, we're fairly confident that's the balance going forward with those 3 commitments already in place.
But not removed from the balance. Holly, have they been removed from the balance?
They've taken out. They've already been taken out.
And we still have that amount of money after all these projects have been taken out?
No, you're correct. The money is committed. Okay?
Yeah.
2.4, that's committed, and there's the projects that haven't happened yet. Steve
That's
was
right.
identifying some of the core projects that are committed with using some of that money. Okay.
Right.
There is maybe flexibility of about 300,000. We always try to put a contingency in there. So we're really straddling very closely here of what we have. But
Yes.
we feel that to turn our back on the 50% dollars and also not contribute to capital programs that can create jobs and whatnot, we think that there's a slight risk here that we may be shy a little bit, but we think it's worth taking because of the circumstance and because of this program.
So it's all going to come from gas tax, and we only have approximately 300,000 sitting there that's ready to use. But the project itself is 340. So we know we're going to be over budget on that one, right?
Well, very close.
Yeah. Thank you.
Carolyn, do you already have suggested wording for this motion?
I do. Councillor
Good.
Gunn, I think, had comments first, maybe?
Well, if you read the motion, then we can have a mover and a seconder and then discuss it in discussion.
J-Class Road repaving, to recommend that municipal council fund the county share of the provincial J-Class Road repaving of $340,000, representing 50% of the estimated capital cost for the repaving of the identified roads in Port and Granville Ferry to come from the gas tax reserve.
A mover for that motion? Moved by Councillor Morrison, seconded by Councillor Gunn. Discussion on the motion. Deputy Warden.
Yeah, I will not be supporting this motion. I think that we should have a chance to talk about how much it's going to cost to change it back to dirt. And I do not feel right myself of spending money that will be over the budget. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Further discussion? Councillor LeBlanc? And then Councillor Gunn.
Councillor Gunn was before me.
Oh,
so,
I'm sorry.
Oh, I wasn't up.
Okay, Councillor LeBlanc then.
Well, thank you. I'm looking at this and I see a lot of problems with the motion and everything, mainly because if we keep the J-Class roads as a dirt road and we have to fix them to where they're half decent, it's going to cost a lot of money as well. That's first thing. $340,000, I think that was the first price we were given way back when. I don't know, a year ago? 6 months ago? Or
Spring.
in the spring? When?
Steve, you are muted.
We had that budget presented to us in late March.
In March. Okay, since March, the oil has gone down by a lot. So I'm wondering if that price could go down as well, number one. Number two, when we're looking at this, are we considering the fact that those people living on these J-Class roads are going to be asked to pay 25% of their share, or are we going to do some kind of survey or something? Because the way the motion says, we're going to totally pay for that amount as from the county coffers, which would be the money that would be, from everybody, whereas everybody else had paid 25%. Those are my questions that I kind of need to be clarified on. Do I think we should go back to dirt roads? Well, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not living on that road. I'm sure somebody else. I wouldn't want to have that because there's a lot of dust and so forth and mold and water and rain, and they're terrible. So I'll let you people answer my questions and see where we can get from here.
And go quickly to Councillor Fowler and then Councillor Gunn, then back to staff to respond to some of these. Councillor Fowler.
Yeah, up here in Arlington, they went back to dirt road, and a month later that had potholes in it. And the graders, they've only got a grader that'll only do so many roads and what have you. And so I'm scared that the roads would not get serviced well enough if they were dirt. Thank you.
Okay, so if I may just, this may help people in this process here. We're not sure what the confirmation is as of yet. We've given this information. They're going to have to price everything up. There's going to be some more information coming in. So Stephen McGinnis's letter refers to the capital cost for repaving of the identified roads in Clementsport and Granville Ferry. And that total amount is 50% dollars would be $340,000. So it's very difficult for us to get all the information in and say, yes, we're ready to go. But we wanted to be able to say, if we at least say, look, we're willing to work with you, I think we can adjust in any one of the projects on how much we would contribute or not to make sure that we stay in budget. But ultimately, we need to really, this is really saying we're in a position financially, at least, to work with the province on this matter. It's really where we're coming from. Is that a fair way to say it, Steve?
Okay, I've got Councillor Gunn and then Councillor Sheridan and then Councillor LeBlanc. No, Councillor Gunn and then Councillor LeBlanc, then Councillor Sheridan. My apologies, my daughters just came into the room to have me remove ticks from them, so I had to get that done. These things happen.
It sure does.
Councillor Gunn.
That time of year. Now, when I had mentioned about changing some of the paved roads back to dirt, that was what I discussed with a couple of people up on the hill and back of Bear River, because there's a couple of short little roads there that, different folks there said, well, hell, they're never going to pave them or pave them that once and leave them for 30 years. Well, they might as well put them right back to dirt. That was what I was querying about. I was not suggesting that roads in back of Clementsport and Granville Ferry revert back to dirt. It's just, there is the odd road that back in the glory days in the 70s that they did around here that they did pave, and they've never been touched since, and they're a mess. And if they're never going to touch them like that, then perhaps some short little roads in some of these boroughs would be better off to go back to dirt. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying change all J-class roads back to dirt.
Thank you. Deputy Warden, would you mind taking over the chair for just a couple of minutes? I'm being called into the house for something apparently that's important. The next speakers that I have were Councillors LeBlanc and then Councillor Sheridan. I'll be right back. I'll be back as fast as I can.
Okay, Councillor LeBlanc.
Well, actually, I don't have a question now. I'll let Councillor Sheridan go.
Okay, Councillor Sheridan.
So just in regards to Diane, in regards to Councillor LeBlanc's question in regards to the J-Class Road and the rate that the residents had to pay in her area, I agree with her that it probably is not fair for the county to take over the J-Class roads down the other end of the county if in the east end we had to get residents to pay. I feel that's going to be an issue, and it will be an issue. I shouldn't say it's going to be, it will be. Thank you.
Councillor Prue.
Just a couple of comments. Steve has said this is very time sensitive, and 50-cent dollars are something that I think we should take advantage of. And just further Councillor Gunn's comments, over the years up in this end of the county and other counties, Yarmouth County comes to mind, I never heard anyone wanting to take and go back to a dirt road. It never seemed to want to work out the way people had hoped. And Councillor Fowler mentioned over in Arlington and so on, and along the parts of the Shore Road and Litchfield and out that way, it's pretty rough, some of those. That's my only comments. I can't speak to Clementsport and Granville and so on. I'm not particularly aware of all the different roads, but I don't know of too many cases where people would like to go back.
Thank you. Councillor LeBlanc?
Bert wants to speak too.
Okay, Bert. Let Bert.
Go ahead, Bert.
Okay, if I'm not mistaken though, some of those roads here, Diane, were subdivision roads, were they not? That they had to have a conversation with the people there?
Yeah, what he said, Diane, is that on the subdivision roads, you had to have a conversation with the people there before you discussed the area tax for them to pay.
No, I'm talking about the Welton Drive. You got me down here, Welton Road, and it's not a subdivision. It's a dirt road going to the end with houses on each side. It's not the subdivision. I had a subdivision and I had another one.
Yeah.
So I had one of each.
Okay, so maybe this is what Bert's trying to get to, and Bert, help me out here if I'm mistaken, is that in the circumstance for even that road, you would have to have some sort of public consultation prior to introducing a rate.
Yeah, because that road's just dead end, isn't it, Welton's Lane?
He's asking if Welton's Lane
yes.
is it?
Yes, it is. It's a cul-de-sac.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's been forever, that's been that way.
So, yeah.
That's been that way forever.
Yes. However, to be able, it was put on the list, but to be able to do it, I had to go to every house and they had to vote on if they wished to do it or not, because they were going to undertake 25% of the cost. Well, and because of that, if they were taking 25%, there were some people that couldn't afford it. But if I have to vote that the county is taking full cost to this, and my residents hear that, and it's another is paved, no, it's not good. No. Anyway, let's leave it at that.
Is Welton's Lane a J-Class road?
Pardon me?
Is Welton's Lane a J-Class road?
Well, the dirt road is a J-Class road, is it not?
Not necessarily. Who owns the road?
Okay, Steve's got his hand up. He can answer.
Perfect. Yes. Where is
Steve,
he?
Unmute yourself.
I'm unmuted. I'm ready to
There
roll.
he is. Go.
The J-class roads vary from paved to gravel. Up until now, and Kyle and Michael roads in Council area were the last two of three, Ward Road being the third, that were classified as J-class roads and were still gravel. All the other J-class roads that we own, and as part of that trade-off in the 90s, have pavement, whether it's in good shape or bad shape, but they're all paved. All the roads in Granville Ferry, all the roads in most of the roads in Bear River, most of the roads in Provinceport, they're all paved. So now we're at a part in the program where we're moving beyond increasing the level of service from gravel to pavement, and we're repaving currently paved roads. So it's a bit of a different. And in terms of the time sensitivity, I don't have a good feeling I don't have any feeling from TIR when the actual work will happen. But what they do need to know for the purposes of them tendering is to whether the J-class roads that they've asked us to 50% fund will be inside of their tender when they put the tenders out late this spring. So that's really the time sensitivity of it. And I do want to stress the difference between this program, which is taking already paved roads and maintaining a level service, versus the former J-class program, which was taking a gravel road and increasing that level of service to pavement. And to date, right, every time we've done that, we've asked for the residents for a 25% share. As per our discussions last meeting, we're not sure how we would even get that done given the current COVID situation. So in terms of community meetings or one-on-one meetings, and I'm just looking for direction as to whether council wants to make the 50% commitment to the province. How we get our 50% is they don't really care. They just want to know that we're participating in all or none of those roads.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that Wilton's Lane is not a J-class road and not owned by the municipality, but rather owned by the developer.
Oh, okay.
That's why we did a petition and asked for 25%. These roads are owned by the municipality, the J-class roads. Wilton's Lane is not a J-class road.
Who plows it?
That's right. That makes, okay, answer that question. Who plows it?
DOT must plow it. And it's
because it's in the contract of the municipality, is it not?
No, we don't plow it. We
Yeah.
don't plow Wilton's Lane.
I
think DOT does that on for the developer.
I don't know who plows it. I was assuming Walton's Lane was, because it's come up in the petition process before for consideration in the J-class program. It's the J-class road. I don't think the province would be participating if it was still owned by the developer.
But we don't plow it in the winter.
No, TIR does plow it actually.
Right, but I think it's in the contract that we have with TIR.
That one I can't answer.
Steve.
We have two different
Yes.
contracts with TIR.
Right.
We have one contract where they maintain the roads, J-class roads on our behalf. The other contract that we have with TIR is to maintain the roads, the subdivision roads that remained in our ownership after, I think it was 1996, when any further subdivided roads were still owned by the community, and none of them were transferred over to the province.
Right.
So like Dr. Stevenson, those kind of roads, they belong to us. We pay directly for that contracted service. The other J-class roads, Granville Ferry, Bear River, we pay a per kilometer fee for year-round maintenance on these roads.
Right.
So mine doesn't fall under that.
All right. Thank you, folks. There's always things taking place. All right. I think, let's see, Deputy Warden, who are our next speakers?
We don't have any. I guess we're ready to take the vote.
I think we've got Councillor Hemming. Councillor Hemming?
Oh, there he is.
Yes, it just seems to me that I mean, I'd like to see us not make this decision today, and we could make it, next week at council. It just seems like we need a little more information on the ownership of these roads here, and it bothers me that we have to move into a process that may require public consultation, and we don't see a clear path to doing that. But I would feel a little more comfortable if we could work out the ownership of some of these roads, and then take another look at this next Tuesday.
And I think that would be what we'd be doing, because anything that we do today is simply a recommendation to council. So there is that intervening week's time in which more information could be sought by staff.
On these roads we're talking about are already paved and part of the bridge grade 2.
Okay.
They are paved, yes. Yep.
All right.
Okay. I have a question. Are
Councillor
they
LeBlanc.
paved or sand sealed? Chip
Paved.
sealed. They're actually paved roads. And for the decision making for next week, would I know where my my road stands and who actually is in charge of that road? I'd like to know. Is there a possibility of that, Steve?
Yes, yeah.
Find that out on Ward Road. Yep.
Please. Thank you.
All right. So Carolyn's already read the motion for us. Has it been moved and seconded? It has been moved and seconded already. Is there any further discussion? All in favor of the motion?
Could it be read again?
Yes, of course. Carolyn, would you mind?
It was moved by Councillor Morrison, seconded by Councillor Dunn, to recommend that municipal council fund the county share of the provincial J-class road repaving, $340,000, representing 50% of the estimated capital cost for the repaving of the identified roads in Clementsport and Granville Ferry to come from the gas tax reserve.
Okay, so it's already been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And opposed? Oh, Councillor McNeil, are you A or nay?
Yeah, you voted.
Yay? Okay. Opposed? Got 1, 2, 3 opposed. Okay.
My computer had cut out and I didn't hear half the motion and I didn't.
Oh, Carolyn, could you read the motion again?
Yes, please.
Councillor Morrison moved, seconded by Councillor Gunn, to recommend the municipal council fund the county share of the provincial J-class road repaving of $340,000, representing 50% of the estimated capital cost for the repaving of the identified roads in Clementsport and Granville Ferry to come from the gas tax reserve.
And so we voted, but I'll give you an opportunity to cast your vote again. Councillor Fowler, Councillor Gunn, we're right in the middle of the motion. Councillor Fowler? You're in favor? Okay. So the motion, in that case, the motion is carried. That brings us to the end of our agenda. I don't think there's any further items. Folks, thank you for your work today. I know this is laborious. It takes a lot longer to go through anything in this system. You'll notice we went through about a quarter of the length of one of our regular agendas, and it took us 7 hours to do it. This is why we're going to try to endeavor to keep our agendas as streamlined as we possibly can as we move through this period. I hope that you all enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Thank you very much for your work. And
No, you cut out there, Timothy. I don't know what happened.
Froze. He's froze.
Oh, he must have been booted out. So we got to wait for him to say the meeting's adjourned.
Sorry, we have to wait till he logs back in.
Yeah.
Well, I can call the meeting adjourned, can I not?
Yes.
Yeah.
I will call the meeting adjourned.
Thank you.